Chapter 1: Footsteps of the Ancients in the Silent Dawn of Human History, when the world was an endless wilderness of shadows and light. There were no roads, no cities, and no towering walls. There were only feet bare, calloused, and relentless. Early humans, wrapped in the warmth of animal skins, walked the earth not as masters, but as humble wanderers. Tracing the pulse of life beneath their soles, they moved through dense forests where towering trees whispered secrets to the wind. Their breath misted in the cold mountain air, and their shadows danced on the damp forest floor. In these woods, each step was a choice, a test of instinct, a trial of survival. Eyes scanned the underbrush, ears caught the rustle of leaves. And each footfall was a whisper on the soil, but walking was not just a hunt. It was a way of learning. The open plains stretched like oceans of grass, where the horizon seemed to blend with the sky. Here, beneath the vast expanse, they learned which plants healed wounds and which berries brought sickness. They tasted the sweetness of wild fruits and smelled the damp earth after rain, their senses mapping the world in a language older than words. Yet, even in the struggle for survival, there was beauty. The rivers sparkled under the morning sun, and the stars painted silver trails in the night sky. Walking became more than a necessity. It became a silent prayer, a rhythm, a heartbeat shared between humanity and the earth. For those early wanderers, the world was not a prison of dangers but a canvas of possibilities, and each step was a brushstroke on that endless tapestry, from tracks to trails as tribes grew and scattered across the earth. Their footsteps left marks not just in the soil but in history. What began as aimless wandering became something more. Paths emerged, twisting through forests, snaking along riverbanks and climbing over rugged hills. These were the world's first roads not paved with stone, but worn smooth by countless feet dot in the misty valleys of ancient Europe, where the forests stood like silent cathedrals. Tribes followed the trails of deer, their own paths mingling with the tracks of wild animals. In the burning savannas of Africa, the grass whispered with the passage of nomads, and in the snow-capped mountains of Asia, the footprints of wandering herders etched fleeting stories in the frost. These trails were not just roads. They were stories, threads that wove tribes together, guiding them from one village to another, from one season to the next. On these trails, strangers met as friends. They shared food, exchanged stories, and learned the old songs that echoed, with tales of forgotten heroes. Elders told of mountains where gods slept, of rivers that healed the sick, and of forests haunted by the spirits of ancient kings. But as these paths deepened, they became more than just lines on the earth. They became lifelines. Hunters returned with game, gatherers with wild herbs, and wanderers with stories of distant lands. The world was waking, and these trails were its first whispers, connecting not just places but people, a delicate web of footsteps across the face of the earth. The pilgrims quested, not all who walked did so to survive. Some walked too. Seek not just food or shelter, but something deeper, something beyond the touch of their hands. They were the pilgrims' souls who walked not for survival, but for the soul itself. In the sacred lands of India, barefoot pilgrims walked too. The holy waters of the Ganges, their feet sinking into the soft, cool mud of the riverbanks. They came not as wanderers, but as seekers, men and women who believed that a single touch of the sacred river could wash away the sins of a lifetime. Far away in the burning deserts of Arabia, a different journey called to the faithful. Pilgrims walked beneath the scorching sun, their shadows stretching long on the hot sands, their lips whispering prayers with each step. They walked to Mecca, tracing the steps of prophets, their faith a guide through the blinding glare of the desert. In the mist-shrouded mountains of China, wandering monks climbed ancient paths, each step a meditation, each breath a prayer. They walked in search of enlightenment, their souls reaching for a truth hidden beyond the mountain mists. And in the dense forests of Europe, robed monks walked from one abbey to another, their feet brushing the wet grass, their voices singing hymns that rose like mist to the heavens. These pilgrim paths were not just roads. They were sacred journeys, roads to the soul. The dust on their feet, the blisters on their heels, the aching muscles all became part of their prayer. For these pilgrims, walking was not just a means to reach a place, but a journey within, a path that led them beyond the horizon of the world and into the quiet of their own hearts, footprints in the sand far from the green valleys and misty forests. Another story was written, a story of merchants and traders whose footsteps traced the vast deserts of the world. These were not wanderers lost in search of life, nor pilgrims seeking salvation. They were dreamers of another kind, men who walked not for faith or survival, but for fortune. The great deserts of the Middle East, Africa, and Asia were more than just seas of sand. They were the highways of ancient trade, vast, empty. Roads where the sun scorched the earth by day, and the stars danced in the cool silence of the night. Here, in the shadow of the dunes, walked the traders, their caravans snaking across the sands, their footsteps leaving only whispers in the wind. These merchants brought silk from China, spices from India, gold from Africa, and stories from lands beyond the horizon. Around their campfires under the starry sky, they spoke of distant kings, of fierce storms that swallowed entire caravans, and of hidden oases where palm trees bent over crystal waters. But the desert was not just a road. It was a test. Sandstorms could rise without warning, blinding the eye and burying the path. The searing heat could turn water into a mirage, and the bitter cold of the desert night could freeze a soul to the bone. Yet, even here, where life seemed impossible, the human spirit endured. Traders who survived the journey returned as legends, their stories becoming the myths of ancient times. And though their footprints vanished with the wind, their tales lived on, whispered beneath the stars, carried across the ages, a testament to the courage of those who walked the world's harshest roads. Chapter 2: Beasts of Burden and Companions of the Road. Long before the hum of engines and the rush of wheels, there was only the sound of hooves and the steady, measured steps of beasts. In a world vast and wild, where mountains touched the sky and forests whispered ancient secrets, humans walked beside creatures that were stronger, faster, and fierce. But where others saw danger, humanity saw promise. The horse was one of the first. It ran wild across the open plains, a creature of thunder and freedom, its mane dancing with the wind. But beneath that untamed spirit was strength, a strength that could be harnessed. Slowly, patiently, humans learned to reach out. They offered grain, spoke softly, and watched the wild fear turn to cautious trust. At first, the horse was a beast of burden, carrying sacks of grain, bundles of firewood, and the weight of daily life. But then, one day, someone climbed upon its back. In that moment, the world grew smaller. Valleys that once seemed distant became a ride away. Mountains that loomed in the distance turned into journeys of adventure. Humanity had found wings without leaving the earth, but horses were not the only companions. In the fertile valleys, the oxen lumbered slow, patient, and tireless. Their strong shoulders plowed fields, their steady pace pulled carts, turning wild lands into farms. They were silent workers, never seeking glory, but their quiet strength changed the world. And far from the green fields, in the endless deserts where the sun kissed the sands with fire, the camels marched. Their padded feet danced across the dunes, and their humps stored water lifelines for the desert tribes. To the nomads, they were not just animals, but ships that sailed the golden sea of sand together. These creatures became more than just beasts. They were bridges, a silent pact between humans and the wild, a promise that journeys would no longer be walked alone, whispers of the Silk Road beyond the grassy plains and shadowed forests. A whisper moved across the world, a whisper of wealth, of distant lands, and of silent caravans moving beneath burning skies. This was the Silk Road, a thread of trade that stretched across mountains, deserts, and valleys, binding empires together. The camels were the silent ships of this golden sea. With their calm, unhurried steps, they marched in long lines, their shadows stretching across the dunes. Upon their backs, they carried treasures, silks that shimmered like moonlight, spices that painted the air with distant aromas, and porcelain as delicate as a whispered secret. But these were not just goods. They were stories. The silks spoke of Chinese emperors who lived in palaces of jade. The spices carried the warmth of Indian temples, and the porcelain told of artisans who painted dreams upon fragile white surfaces. The traders, wrapped in flowing robes, were more than merchants. They were storytellers, each with tales of lost cities, of mountain passes shrouded in mist, and of desert oases that sparkled like emeralds in the barren sands. At night, around their campfires, they whispered these stories beneath starry skies, their voices mingling with the cold desert wind. But the journey was no gentle tale. Sandstorms could rise without warning, turning the sky into a howling wall of dust. The sun blazed like a cruel king by day, and the nights fell bitter and cold. Yet the caravans moved, a quiet promise that distance was no barrier to dreams. This road, drawn not by kings or emperors, but by the quiet persistence of merchants, became more than just a trade route. It was a bridge of whispers, a path where the world spoke in 1,000 voices, chariots of the gods in the fertile lands of Egypt and the ancient cities of Mesopotamia. Another kind of journey thundered across the earth. Here, where the great rivers carved life into deserts, wheels turned, and the ground trembled beneath them. The chariot was not just a cart. It was a symbol, a roaring proclamation of power. In Egypt, beneath the golden sun, the chariots of pharaohs rode like thunder. Drawn by fierce horses, their hooves pounded against the sands, while the wheels spun like the turning of fate. To stand upon a chariot was to hold the wind, to become a god in motion. The pharaohs used them not just for war, but as moving thrones. A golden chariot turning a mortal king into a divine ruler. In Mesopotamia, where the great rivers cradled ancient cities, chariots raced across the dust of grand arenas. They were not just war machines. They were a spectacle. Nobles wagered fortunes on their speed, and the crowd roared as the wheels danced and spun, each race a test of courage and skill. But beyond the roaring crowds and the gleam of golden wheels, the chariot was a bridge, a bond between man and beast. It was a dance of power and trust, where the wild spirit of horses became one with human hands. The earth became a stage, and the chariot a song of speed, strength, and daring, the bond of companionship beneath the power and the trade there was something gentler, a bond that grew quietly beneath the endless skies. For these beasts of burden were not just tools. They were companions, silent witnesses to the human journey, the horse that carried a tired traveler home, its breath warm in the cold wind, the camel that knelt in the desert, sheltering its master from the scorching sun, the ox that pulled the plow, turning dry earth into fields of green. These were not just animals. They were friends, and there were stories. Tales of dogs that guarded camps through the darkness, of elephants that remembered the touch of a kind hand even after years, of falcons that returned to their masters even when the sky stretched endlessly before them. These creatures did not speak, but their eyes held stories. They walked beside humans not out of fear, but out of a quiet understanding, a bond that grew with every journey, with every mile walked together, and in the quiet moments, as the sun set over the mountains, as the stars danced in the desert sky, and as the mist rose in the green valleys, that bond became a silent promise, a reminder that strength is not just in muscle, but in the gentle loyalty of a friend who walks beside you, step by step, across the endless roads of the world. Chapter 3, The Whisper of the Waters. In the beginning, the waters whispered a quiet promise. They flowed gently, like silver ribbons weaving through the earth, reflecting the sky's calm embrace. To the first humans, these rivers were lifelines. They gave water to drink, fish to catch, and fertile soil to grow food. But one day, someone looked at the shimmering surface and saw not just water, but a path. The first boats were nothing but simple rafts, hollowed-out tree trunks, their edges smoothed by careful hands. These rafts floated quietly on the rivers, drifting with the current. There were no sails, no oars, just the steady flow of water and the soft, rhythmic splash against the wood. But for those who stepped aboard, these rafts were more than just floating logs. They were bridges to another world. On calm lakes, the rafts glided like fallen leaves. Fishermen cast their nets, their shadows dancing on the water. Children watched the ripples spread, each one a tiny echo of wonder. Along wide rivers, traders drifted with goods, beads, furs, and herbs, their quiet journeys connecting distant villages. But the rivers were not always kind. When storms swept in, the gentle flow turned fierce. The sky darkened, and the waters swirled, threatening to swallow the fragile craft. Yet even then, the rafts endured, carrying their passengers through rain and mist, their journey a quiet testament to human courage. For those early travelers, the rivers were not just lines on the land. They were living veins, carrying whispers of distant places, promising a world beyond the horizon. And with each silent voyage, humanity learned to listen to the water's call, the rise of sailing emperors beyond the rivers, where the waters stretched endlessly to the horizon. The sea waited. It was a world of restless waves and whispering winds, a world that spoke of freedom, but also of fear. Yet, to those who dared, it was a path, a bridge between distant lands, a stage where empires would rise. In the warm embrace of the Mediterranean, the first sailing empires were born. The Egyptians, with their reed boats, drifted along the Nile, their sails catching the desert breeze. Their ships were not just vessels, but floating temples, adorned with painted eyes that watched over the journey. These boats carried grain and gold, priests and pharaohs, drifting between the banks of history, But beyond the Nile, the Greeks turned the waves into battlefields. Their triremes, sleek and fierce, sliced through the waters like arrows. With 3 rows of oars and sails billowing in the wind, these ships carried warriors across the blue expanse. Beneath the burning sun, their bronze shields glittered, and their war songs rose above the waves. Yet, not all who sailed did so for war. The Phoenicians, with their sturdy merchant ships, danced upon the waves in search of trade. They carried purple dye, glass, and cedar wood, leaving behind stories and treasures in every port they touched. To them, the sea was not just a battlefield, but a marketplace, a mirror that reflected the wealth of nations. And so, the waters became more than a barrier. They became a canvas, painted with the sails of 1,000 ships, each one a promise of adventure, conquest, or quiet trade. Navigators of the Starspot, there were those who looked beyond the shore, beyond the familiar waters of the Mediterranean. Far to the east, where the vast Pacific stretched like a sapphire ocean beneath the sky, the Polynesians sailed not by the strength of oars, but by the wisdom of the stars. Their canoes were slender and strong, their sails woven with palm leaves that whispered with the wind. They did not have maps or compasses. Instead, they read the stars, the shape of the clouds, the flight of birds, and the rhythm of the waves. The ocean was not a barrier to them. It was a path, a road of silver beneath the moonlight. They sailed from island to island, each one a green jewel rising from the endless blue. Hawaii, Samoa, Tahiti names whispered across the waves, each one a story of courage, of discovery, of home. Beneath the starlit sky, they sang songs of their ancestors, their voices blending with the wind, their canoes dancing like shadows upon the sea. But the ocean was not always gentle. Storms would rise, fierce winds tearing at the sails, waves towering like mountains. Yet even then, the Polynesians sailed on, trusting not just in their boats, but in the stars above. For them, the sea was not an enemy. It was a teacher, a guide, a song sung by the universe itself. And in their silent journeys, they proved that the waters could whisper not just of danger, but of destiny, legends of the deep-yet, beneath the calm surface of the waters, another world waited, a world of shadows and secrets, where sunlight danced only in faint, shimmering rays. It was a world of mystery, of whispered tales and hidden fears. The ancient sailors spoke of monsters that lurked beneath the waves. The Norse whispered of the kraken, a beast so large that it could pull entire ships into the abyss. Its tentacles, like dark serpents, would rise from the depths, wrapping around masts, pulling men into the cold embrace of the sea. In the shadowed waters of the Mediterranean, there were tales of Scylla and Charybdis, twin terrors that guarded the narrow straits. One a many-headed beast that snapped at passing ships, the other a swirling whirlpool that devoured sailors whole. And beyond the known seas, where the waters turned cold and the sky grew gray, there were stories of the Leviathan, a serpent that coiled beneath the waves, its breath turning the sea to steam, its roar shaking the sky. But these were not just stories of fear. They were a reminder that the sea was not just a path or a battlefield. It was a world of wonders and whispers, where the calm surface hid ancient mysteries. For every ship that sailed, for every raft that drifted, there was a quiet knowledge that beneath them the waters watched, and within them legends were born. Chapter 4. Wheels of Civilization. In the beginning, the wheel was not a tool of travel or a symbol of conquest. It was something far simpler, a humble pottery wheel, turning in the quiet corners of ancient workshops. Beneath the warm light of flickering flames, hands pressed wood clay onto the spinning disc. Slowly, patiently, those hands shaped the earth itself. What began as a rough lump transformed into a smooth, graceful bowl, a vessel for water, a jar for grain. The wheel was not yet a force of movement, but a dance of creation. Yet even in this simple dance, the wheel whispered of something greater. As it spun, round and perfect, humans began to see a promise. They saw not just a tool of art, but a circle of possibility. In the fertile valleys of Mesopotamia, where the rivers wove silver ribbons through the land, the first carts were born. At first, they were little more than planks of wood fixed upon rolling discs, pulled by strong, patient oxen. But even these simple carts changed everything. Villages that once stood silent grew busy with the creak of wooden wheels. Farmers carried their harvests farther than ever before. Traders ventured to distant markets, their goods rumbling across the dirt paths. A farmer no longer had to carry his grain on his back. The wheel did it for him. What began as a circle of clay became a circle of progress, a promise that distance could be conquered, but the wheel did not stop there. It evolved. Carved from wood, reinforced with metal, and balanced upon sturdy axles, it became a symbol of motion. In Egypt, where the Nile flowed like a river of gold, wheels turned beneath chariots that raced across the desert sands. In the highlands of China, carts laden with silk and spices followed the ancient paths. What began as a quiet revolution in a potter's workshop had become a force that moved the world. Carts of the king's bud, as the wheel turned, so did the world. What began as a humble tool of farmers and traders soon became a symbol of power. In the ancient lands of Mesopotamia, where the sun painted the sky in golden hues, the first war chariots were born. Drawn by fierce, muscled horses, their wheels spun across the fields of battle, carrying warriors whose shields gleamed beneath the sun. The wheel was no longer just a tool, it was a weapon. In Egypt, the pharaohs turned the wheel into a symbol of divine authority. Golden chariots, adorned with shimmering feathers and sacred symbols, raced across the desert. Drawn by pairs of sleek, powerful horses, they carried not just warriors, but the pharaohs themselves. These kings stood upon their chariots like gods, their banners fluttering, their voices a command to the wind. Beneath the scorching sun, the desert sands trembled beneath the thunder of hooves and the roar of war, but not all wheels turned for conquest. In the great city of Babylon, they turned beneath carts filled with grain, spices, and treasures from distant lands. Traders came from the mountains, the deserts, the shores of distant seas. Their carts creaked along the crowded streets, there, wheels tracing paths of trade that wove the world together, and in the arenas of Greece, the wheel became a symbol of glory. Chariots raced in the dust, their riders leaning forward, their eyes fixed upon the finish line. Victory was a crown, defeat a cloud of dust, and the roar of the crowd. The wheel turned, not just for kings or merchants, but for heroes who raced against time itself, the road maker sight. A wheel is nothing without a path. For the wheel to truly change the world, it needed roads clear, strong, and unyielding. And no civilization understood this better than Rome. The Romans were not just conquerors, they were builders. Beneath the iron boots of their legions, stretched a network of roads straight, paved, and enduring. The Via Appia, the queen of roads, stretched from the heart of Rome to the distant coasts, its stones worn smooth by the endless passage of wheels. But these roads were more than just paths. They were the veins of an empire, carrying soldiers to the frontiers, traders to distant markets, and messengers with news of victory and defeat. The roads carved through mountains, crossed valleys, and spanned rivers with arched bridges. Each mile was marked, each stone a testament to Roman engineering. And these roads were not just Roman. They were highways of history. Traders walked them, their carts filled with goods from Asia, Africa, and Europe. Pilgrims followed their winding paths, seeking temples and holy sites. Armies marched, their shields gleaming, their banners dancing in the wind. The wheel turned upon these roads, carrying the weight of empires, but the roads were not always kind. In the dark forests of Germania, they twisted beneath towering trees, their stones slick with rain. In the burning deserts of North Africa, they shimmered beneath the ruthless sun. Yet they endured, a promise that no place was too far, no journey too difficult. The wheel turned, and the roads whispered of adventure beyond the horizoniate. For all its power and promise, the wheel was more than just a tool of trade or a weapon of war. It was a dream given form, a promise that the world did not end at the village gates, that beyond the horizon lay another road, another adventure. In quiet villages, children watched as carts rumbled by, their wheels turning with a gentle creak. They dreamed of cities far beyond the fields, of mountains kissed by clouds, of oceans touched by the setting sun. For merchants, the wheel was a promise of wealth. They loaded their carts with spices, silks, and precious stones, following the ancient trade routes that stretched across deserts and mountains. Each turn of the wheel brought them closer to distant markets, each creak a whisper of coins and treasures. For kings and emperors, the wheel was a promise of power. It carried their armies, their banners, their thrones. It turned beneath the war chariots of Egypt, the trading carts of Babylon, the racing chariots of Greece. It was a circle without end, a force that transformed dreams into journeys. But for the dreamers, the wanderers who walked the roads, who watched the wheels turn and wondered where they led, the wheel was a promise of freedom. A whisper that the world was vast, that each turn brought them closer to something new. The wheel did not just carry goods or armies. It carried hopes, dreams, and stories. And even now, beneath the roar of engines and the hum of modern machines, the wheel turns. It whispers of journeys yet to come, of roads yet to be walked, of a world that still spins with stories. Chapter 5. Winds of Exploration. The sea was not enough. For centuries, it stretched like an endless mirror, whispering of distant shores and unseen lands. But for those who dared to dream, it was not a barrier, but a promise. And so, with cloth and courage, men harnessed the wind. They raised sails against the sky, catching the breath of the world itself. And with each gust, they journeyed farther than ever before. In the frozen fjords of the north, Viking longships cut through the icy waters like blades. Their sleek wooden hulls, carved with the faces of fierce dragons, danced upon the waves. Beneath the gray sky, their square sails billowed with the northern wind. For the Vikings, these sails were not just cloth, they were wings. With them, they soared across the North Sea, raiding distant coasts, trading silver and furs, and even touching the misty shores of North America, a land they called Vinland, far to the east. In the warm waters of the South China Sea, another kind of ship danced with the wind. The Chinese junks, their red sails rippling like dragon scales, were masters of the monsoon. These ships did not just sail, they flew. With their multi-sail designs, they could turn with the wind, glide against the waves, and cross vast oceans. Merchants filled them with silk, porcelain, and spices, carrying the wealth of China to distant lands. But they were not just ships of trade. They were ships of power, carrying the fleet of Zheng, the great admiral who sailed as far as Africa. His massive treasure ships a floating city upon the waves. The Mediterranean, too, was a stage for sails. Venetian galleys, they're white. Sails glowing beneath the sun, carried gold, glass, and the dreams of merchants. Greek triremes, with their rows of oars and towering sails, turned the sea into a battlefield. And in the misty waters of the Atlantic, Portuguese caravels, with their triangular sails, danced with the winds, their explorers seeking a path to the riches of India. Each sail was more than just cloth stretched upon a mast. It was a promise of distant lands, of fortunes waiting beyond the horizon, of stories yet to be written. And with each gust of wind, humanity's reach grew wider, the compass of fate. But to sail is to be lost unless one knows the way. For centuries, sailors watched the stars, following their slow dance across the night sky. But stars could be hidden by clouds, and the sea was a world without landmarks. The horizon stretched like a silver thread, always just out of reach. It was a world of whispers, of wind and waves, of faith without direction. Until one day, someone discovered a simple truth that a piece of magnetized metal, floating freely, would always point north. The compass was born. At first, it was nothing more than a needle floating upon a bowl of water, trembling with the breath of the world. But even in its simplicity, it was a talisman. To the sailors who carried it, it was more than a tool. It was a whisper of destiny. Chinese mariners were among the first to use the compass. Their junks sailed with confidence across the vast Indian Ocean, their captains no longer fearing the mist or the darkness. For them, the compass was a silent promise, a path, even when the stars were hidden dot in the hands of Arab traders. The compass guided ships through the treacherous waters of the Red Sea and the Persian Gulf. And in Europe, where the age of exploration dawned, the compass became a symbol of courage. It was the silent companion of Christopher Columbus as he sailed into the unknown, believing he would find a new route to Asia. It was the quiet guide of Vasco da Gama as he rounded the Cape of Good Hope, reaching the spice markets of India. Yet, for all its power, the compass was just a needle. It did not promise safety, only direction. It whispered of lands unseen, but it did not protect against the storms, the reefs, or the hunger of the sea. It was a guide, but not a guarantee. And for those who sailed beneath its silent promise, it was a reminder that fortune favored the brave. Shipwrecks and storms, but the sea is a world of whispers and roars, a place of wonder and terror. For every sail that danced upon the waves, there were others that vanished beneath them. The sea is a hunter, a silent predator that waits with open arms. And not all who sailed returned dot in the cold waters of the North Atlantic. Viking longships were swallowed by icy storms, their dragon-headed prows lost beneath the gray waves. Legends spoke of entire fleets vanishing, their sailors swallowed by the mist their cries carried away by the wind. They became ghosts, their stories whispered by fishermen who saw strange shadows upon the waves, the warm waters of the Caribbean, so clear and blue beneath the sun, were treacherous beneath the stormy skies. Spanish galleons, their holds filled with gold, sailed for home only to be torn apart by hurricanes. Their treasures sank into the deep, their wreckage scattered across the sandy floor. And for centuries, their gold lay hidden beneath the waves, their stories buried in the silence of the sea. The Indian Ocean, too, was a graveyard. Monsoon winds that carried traders to distant shores could turn violent, their fury tearing sails, snapping masts, and drowning sailors. Arab dhows, their curved sails bent beneath the wind, vanished without a trace, but even in death, the sea whispered stories. There were tales of ghost ships, silent vessels that sailed without crews, their sails torn, their decks empty. Sailors spoke of the Flying Dutchman, a ship cursed to sail the seas forever, never reaching land. Beneath the waves, coral grew upon the bones of lost ships, and the shadows of forgotten voyages drifted through the deep ports of Prometheus for all its dangers. The sea was also a promise, a path to distant shores, to bustling ports where the world came together. From Venice to Calicut, ports rose along the coasts, their harbors filled with the whisper of sails, the creak of ropes, and the calls of merchants. In Venice, the city of canals, merchants traded silks, spices, and silver. Gondolas drifted beneath arched bridges, and the air was filled with the scent of perfumes and the hum of distant languages. Venetian galleys sailed to the east, their holds filled with the treasures of Asia. Far to the south, the port of Calicut shone like a jewel upon the Indian coast. Spices filled the air: pepper, cinnamon, cloves. Arab, Chinese, and European merchants crowded the docks, their ships swaying gently upon the tide. Gold changed hands, stories were whispered, and dreams were traded like coins. In Alexandria, the lighthouse stood like a guardian over the harbor, its flame a beacon for sailors. The markets were a maze of colors, a tapestry of silks, carpets, and spices. And in the coffee houses, travelers spoke of distant lands, of storms and shipwrecks, of fortunes won and lost. Each port was a promise, a place where dreams touched reality, where distant worlds met, where stories became trade. And as the sails whispered against the sky, they carried not just goods, but the stories of those who dared to follow the wind. Chapter 6. The Iron Horse's Steam Locomotives. It began in the dark, damp tunnels of English coal mines. The air was thick with dust, and the shadows stretched like silent ghosts. Here, beneath the earth, men labored, their hands rough with the grit of coal, their faces blackened with soot. They shoveled endlessly, feeding the fires that warmed cities far above. But in the darkness of these mines, a quiet miracle was born, a miracle of steam. At first, steam was just a whisper, a gentle breath that rose from boiling water, a soft sigh that vanished into the air. But then someone saw its power. In these mines, where horses pulled heavy carts along the narrow tunnels, where the earth was a prison of sweat and shadows, the first steam engines came to life. They were simple machines, pistons and wheels driven by the invisible force of vapor. But to the miners, they were a promise of freedom. The first of these engines was crude, a metal beast that huffed and puffed, its iron arms rising and falling like the breath of a giant. It did not travel far. It simply dragged carts of coal from the darkness of the mine to the light of day. But even in this humble service, the power of steam was clear. For the first time, humanity had harnessed the invisible turning water into motion, air into strength, but steam would not stay in the mines. It rose like a dream from the darkness of the tunnels to the light of the open world. Engineers saw its promise, its power. They built new engines faster, stronger, and free. These iron horses breathed steam and smoke. Their wheels turned with a thunderous rhythm, and their whistles echoed across the land. The world was waking to a new era, an age of iron and speed, where steam would become the heartbeat of progress, tracks of destiny. But an iron horse is nothing without a path. For these steam-powered giants to conquer the world, they needed tracks, iron veins that stretched across the land, binding mountains to valleys, forests to plains. And so, the world began to weave a new tapestry, a web of steel that crossed continents. In America, the dream of a nation was stitched together with iron. The Transcontinental Railroad, a line of steel that stretched from the Atlantic to the Pacific. It was a promise, a bridge between the cities of the East and the wild frontiers of the West. Workers came from far and wide, Irish immigrants who swung hammers beneath the scorching sun, Chinese laborers who carved paths through the mountains. They laid tracks across the deserts, through the forests, and over the great rivers. Each spike they drove was a promise, a step closer to a united land. The two ends of the railroad met at Promontory Summit, where a golden spike was driven into the final tie. It was not just metal meeting metal, it was a moment of triumph, a whisper that the world was growing smaller, but the iron roads were not just an American dream. Far to the east, the Trans-Siberian Railway carved a path across the frozen heart of Russia. From the bustling streets of Moscow to the icy shores of Vladivostok, it stretched like a silver thread, a road that crossed mountains, rivers, and endless forests. In India, the British laid tracks across the sunlit plains, their iron wheels, turning through jungles and deserts, bringing distant cities together, and in the heart of Europe, the railways wove a network of steam and steel. Trains whispered through the green valleys of France, thundered beneath the shadowed mountains of Switzerland, and sang beneath the gray skies of England. Each track was a path, a promise that distance was no longer a barrier. The world was no longer a vast, wild expanse. It was a single, iron-threaded world, smoke and sorrow yet behind the glory of steam and steel. Beneath the triumphant whistles of the iron horses, there lay another story, a story of sweat and suffering, of men whose hands bled upon the rails they built. For the iron roads were not forged by kings or emperors. They were built by workers, by laborers whose names were swallowed by the shadows of history. In the deserts of Nevada, men fought against the searing heat, their hands blistered, their backs bent beneath the weight of steel rails. They dug through mountains, blasting tunnels with dynamite, their faces marked with the dust of rock. Each step forward was a struggle, each mile a battle won against the wild land. In the frozen forests of Siberia, workers laid tracks beneath the gray sky, their breath misting in the cold air. Their shovels bit into the icy earth, their hammers rang against the iron. Wolves howled in the distance, and the snow whispered beneath their feet. For them, the railway was not a promise of adventure. It was a prison of labor. The jungles of India were no kinder. Workers cleared forests beneath the burning sun, their sweat mingling with the rain. their tools biting into the tangled vines. Disease swept through the camps, and the cries of the sick were drowned by the roar of the jungle. Yet still the tracks grew, stretching like iron rivers across the green wilderness, but their stories were not written in books. Their names were not carved upon the golden spikes. They were the silent builders of an age, men who laid the paths, but never rode the trains. Their stories were whispers, swallowed by the smoke of progress, the romance of the rail site for all its sweat and sorrow. The age of steam was also an age of wonder. The iron horses were not just machines, they were dreams given form, promises of adventure, songs that moved. Across the world, trains became legends, stories written in smoke and steel. The Orient Express whispered of distant lands, of kings and spies, of snow-covered mountains and sunlit cities. It was a train of mystery, a path that stretched from Paris to Istanbul, where each station was a chapter, each passenger a tale. Beneath the soft glow of lamps, travelers dined in velvet-lined carriages, their voices mingling with the quiet hum of the wheels. The Flying Scotsman thundered across the green fields of England, its emerald engine a symbol of speed and grace. It raced from London to Edinburgh, a whisper of steam that danced beneath the gray sky. Children waved as it passed, its whistle a promise of distant cities. In India, the Darjeeling Himalayan Railway climbed the mist-shrouded mountains, its little engine puffing beneath the shadow of the snow-capped peaks. Travelers leaned from its windows, the cool mountain air brushing their faces, the green valleys stretching beneath them. Each train was a world of its own, a place of whispered stories, of quiet dreams, of faces pressed against the glass, watching the world race by. And even for those who never stepped aboard, the sound of the whistle, the sigh of the steam, was a promise that beyond the horizon, there was always another journey waiting. The iron horses did not just turn continents into corridors. They turned the world into a song of wheels and whispers, of smoke and steel, of journeys that never truly ended. And even now, beneath the roar of engines and the hum of electric lines, the spirit of the iron horses lives on, a whisper of adventure, a promise of roads yet to be traveled. Chapter 7. Wheels of Freedom, the birth of automobiles. In the quiet streets of Mannheim, Germany, a strange machine sputtered to life. Its wheels were thin and spoked, its frame a curious mix of metal and wood. It did not neigh like a horse, nor did it rumble like a steam engine. Instead, it coughed, shuddered, and then roared. This was the Motorwagen, a curious, three-wheeled contraption that did not ride upon the strength of beasts, but upon the power of an engine. At its heart was a simple miracle, the internal combustion engine, a device that drank fuel and breathed fire. And at the heart of this invention stood a man named Karl Benz. Benz's Motorwagen was not born in triumph. It was a dream carved in metal, but a dream that many dismissed. Neighbors laughed, their horses snorting at the noisy, sputtering machine. Skeptics called it a toy, a passing curiosity. But Benz knew better. He watched as the engine's gears turned, as the wheels slowly rolled forward. He saw a future where this simple machine would transform the world, but the Motorwagen was not just an invention, it was a promise. A promise that humans were no longer bound by the strength of horses or the rush of the wind. A promise that with the turn of a key and the spark of an engine, distance would become a choice. For Benz, it was not just a machine. It was a whisper of freedom, yet the road to that freedom was not easy. The Meteorogen coughed, it stalled. It struggled against the steep streets of Mannheim. But each sputter was a step forward. And when Benz's wife, Bertha, took the machine on a daring journey across the countryside, a journey without permission, without a map, without a guide, she proved what her husband had always known. The Meteorogen was not just a machine. It was courage made of steel. It was the first whisper of a world that would soon roar with the sound of engines. The road makers of the futurebot, the Meteorogen, was just the beginning. In the bustling streets of America, another dream was taking shape, a dream not of a single car, but of a world on wheels. And at the heart of that dream stood Henry Ford. Ford did not invent the automobile, but he did something greater. He made it a part of everyday life. His Model T was not a luxury. It was not a plaything for the rich. It was a promise, a car for the common man. Built upon the principles of the assembly line, the Model T was born not in silence, but in the thunder of industry. Workers moved like clockwork, each one a piece of a great machine. Chassis, engines, wheels all came together in a dance of steel and sweat. And from this dance, the Model T rolled forth, its black frame shining beneath the factory lights. Ford's dream was not just about cars. It was about people, farmers who could drive to town, families who could visit distant relatives, merchants who could deliver their goods beyond the village. The Model T was a key that unlocked the world. Roads that were once empty paths became bustling highways. Cities grew closer, and the horizon stretched farther, but there was something more. In the gentle hum of the engine, in the steady roll of the wheels, there was a whisper of independence. No longer did one need to wait for a train or follow the slow path of a horse-drawn cart. The world was at your fingertips if only you had the courage to turn the key and drive. And so, the Model T became more than just a car. It became a symbol of freedom, a reminder that the road was open, and that the world waited just beyond the bend. Roads carved by courageite. The road to freedom was never smooth. In the early days of the automobile, the world was not ready for the roar of engines. Roads were nothing more than dusty trails, twisting paths of mud and gravel. There were no signs, no gas stations, no safety rails. To drive was to dance with danger, to wander into the unknown, but where others saw danger, pioneers saw adventure. Among them was Bertha Benz, the wife of Carl Benz. In 1888, without telling her husband, Bertha set out on a daring journey. A journey that would become legend. She loaded the Meteorogen with fuel, packed her 2 young sons into the narrow seats, and set off on a 65-mile journey to her mother's house. The roads were not kind. The engine sputtered, the tires wore thin, and the hills loomed like giants. But Bertha did not turn back. When the fuel line clogged, she used her hatpin to clear it. When the brakes were down, she stopped at a shoemaker's shop and had leather. Applied to the brake blocks, the first brake pads in history, her journey was not just a drive. It was a declaration that the automobile was not just a toy or a curiosity. It was a promise of courage, a reminder that even the roughest roads could be conquered. Bertha's journey became a story whispered across Europe, a story that proved that the road was for those who dared, but Bertha was not alone. In America, Alice Ramsey became the first woman to drive across the country, her car bouncing along muddy roads, crossing rivers, climbing mountains. In England, Dorothy Levitt, a daring racer, drove faster than any woman had before, proving that courage had no limits. These early drivers were not just travelers. They were pioneers, carving roads not just on the land, but in the hearts of those who followed. The spirit of the open road is, the world embraced the automobile. The road became more than just a path. It became a promise. Highways stretched like silver veins across nations, the Lincoln Highway in America, the Great Ocean Road in Australia, the Autobahn in Germany. Beneath the open sky, the car became more than a machine. It became a companion. Families packed their cars with picnic baskets and dreams, setting out on Sunday drives. Lovers whispered beneath the glow of the dashboard lights, the world passing by in a blur of stars. Travelers drove through sunlit valleys, climbed mist-shrouded mountains, and chased the sunset across the endless plains. The car was not just a tool of travel. It was a doorway to adventure, but the road was also a stage. It whispered of freedom, of escape, of journeys that never truly ended. On Route 66, the mother road of America, neon signs flickered beneath the desert sky. Diners served hot coffee to weary travelers, and the wind whispered through the open windows. The world was a map, and the car was a key, and even now, beneath the roar of modern engines, beneath the hum of electric cars, that spirit remains. The whisper of the open road, the promise that beyond the next bend, beyond the next hill, there is always something more. The automobile was not just a machine. It was a dream given form, a song of freedom sung in the hum of the engine, a promise of places yet unseen. Chapter 8. Across the skies, the age of flight. From the very beginning, humanity has looked to the skies and dreamed of flight. Beneath the endless blue, with clouds drifting like silver islands, the heavens seemed a world beyond reach. But in the stories we told, in the myths that whispered across the ages, we gave ourselves wings. In ancient Greece, there was the tale of Icarus, the boy who soared upon wings made of feathers and wax, crafted by his father, Daedalus. They were prisoners trapped on an island, but with these wings they tasted freedom. Rising upon the warm breath of the wind, they soared above the sparkling sea, the world below shrinking into a patchwork of blue and green. But Icarus, in his joy, forgot his father's warning. He flew too close to the sun. The wax melted. The feathers scattered like falling leaves, and Icarus plummeted into the sea. His dream became a cautionary tale, a whisper that reaching too high could lead to ruin. But even in this tragedy, there was a promise that the sky was not just a ceiling, but a doorway. Centuries later, another dreamer stood beneath the open sky, watching the birds soar with effortless grace. His name was Leonardo da Vinci, a man whose mind danced with ideas, whose hands sketched the future. In his notebooks, wings unfolded vast, sweeping designs that spoke of flight. He studied the wings of birds, their hollow bones, the curve of their feathers. He drew flying machines with flapping wings, with gliders that danced upon the wind. They were dreams upon parchment, shadows of a future that had not yet arrived, but dreams were not enough. To truly fly, humanity needed more than feathers and wax, more than parchment sketches and whispered stories. It needed courage, it needed knowledge, and it needed wings born not of myths, but of wood and fabric, of steel and steam. And in the gentle winds of a distant shore, the first true wings would rise, wings of wood and fabricate, was a quiet morning on the sandy dunes of Kitty Hawk, North Carolina. The wind whispered across the endless shore, and the sky stretched like a pale canvas, empty and waiting. Two brothers stood beside a strange, fragile machine, a machine made of wood, cloth, and wire. To most, it looked like a giant toy, a fragile skeleton of hope. But to Orville and Wilbur Wright, it was a promise. They were not dreamers lost in fantasies. They were engineers, men who had spent years studying the science of flight. They built. Gliders tested them in the wind, watched as they soared, and sometimes crashed. They learned the language of lift and drag, of balance and control. They worked in their bicycle shop, crafting wings with the same care they used to build wheels. And on that December morning in 1903, their flyer stood ready. Orville climbed aboard, his hands trembling, his heart racing. Wilbur held the wing, steadying it against the wind. The engine sputtered, coughed, and then roared to life. The propellers spun, the wheels bounced along the sandy track, and then the world changed. The flyer lifted, its fragile wings catching the wind, its shadow dancing upon the sand. It did not soar like an eagle. It did not race across the sky, but it flew. For 12 glorious seconds, it flew. That first flight was a whisper, but it was a whisper that grew. The Wright brothers did not stop. They built better machines, faster, stronger, and more stable. From the beaches of Kitty Hawk, their dream spread across the world. Others followed, building their own flying machines. What had once been a myth, a story of wax and feathers, had become a reality of wings and engines. The sky was no longer a distant dream. It was a path, or in the ski spit, the sky was not just a place of dreams. It became a battlefield. With the roar of engines and the rattle of machine guns, the heavens became a place of fear and fury. The First World War was born in the mud of the trenches, but it rose into the clouds dotted T-first. Airplanes were just scouts, fragile biplanes that floated above the battlefield, their pilots leaning out of their cockpits with binoculars, watching the movement of troops below. They were eyes in the sky, messengers that whispered of approaching enemies. But soon they became more. Machine guns were mounted on their wings. Bombs were carried beneath their fuselages. The sky became a new front, a place where men fought and died beneath the endless blue. Dogfights turned the sky into a deadly dance. Ace pilots, men like the Red Baron, with his crimson triplane that danced through the clouds, became legends. They soared, they spun, they fired bursts of bullets that whispered through the wind. To fight in the sky was to dance with death, to balance on the edge of the wind, where a single mistake meant a fiery plunge to the earth below. But even in the fury of battle, there was something beautiful. The silver wings gleaming in the sunlight, the white trails that twisted like ribbons across the sky. It was a reminder that even in war, the dream of flight still held a whisper of wonder, and when the war ended, the sky did not fall silent. Those who had learned to fly in battle became the pioneers of a new age, an age of adventure, an age of heroes, the golden age of aviation. As the guns fell silent, the sky became a stage. The 1920s and 1,930 seconds were a time of daring pilots, of races across continents, of heroes who soared into legend. The world watched as the sky became a place of dreams once more. In 1927, a young American pilot named Charles Lindbergh stepped aboard his silver monoplane, the Spirit of St.T. Louis. The engine roared to life, the wheels lifted, and the Atlantic stretched beneath him like a silver sea. For 33 hours, he flew alone, without sleep, his eyes fixed upon the endless horizon. And when he touched down in Paris, the world cheered. He had crossed the Atlantic, turning the ocean into a single silent road, but the sky was not just for men. In 1932, Amelia Earhart soared into the clouds, her heart racing with the promise of adventure. She became the first woman to fly solo across the Atlantic, her silver plane dancing upon the wind. The world whispered of her courage, of her smile, of her daring spirit. But the sky is a place of mystery, and in 1937, on a journey across the Pacific, Amelia vanished. Her plane disappeared into the mist, and she became a legend, a whisper carried upon the wind. The sky became a playground of heroes. Barnstormers danced through the air, looping and diving beneath the sun. Air races turned clouds into racetracks, and each new flight became a story, a promise that the world was no longer a prison of earth and sea, and beneath the hum of engines. Beneath the silver wings that soared into the heavens was a simple truth that the sky was not just a place. It was a promise that humanity would always look beyond the horizon, always dream of distant lands, always reach for the heavens. Chapter 9. Giants of the Sea, the Age of Ocean Liners. There was a time when the oceans bowed before giants. Great ships of iron and steel, their towering masts piercing the sky, their hulls cutting through the blue waves like knives. These were not just ships, they were floating cities, vast and grand, carrying dreams and destinies across the world. And among them, one name whispered through the pages of history, RMS Titanic. The Titanic was a marvel of its age, a palace upon the sea. Its towering decks rose like a fortress. Its grand staircase sparkled beneath a crystal dome, and its dining halls were filled with chandeliers that shimmered like captured stars. For the wealthy who dined in first class, it was a world of luxury silver cutlery, fine china, orchestras that played beneath the glow of golden lamps. It was a promise of comfort, of elegance, of a journey touched by grace, but beneath the glittering halls of first class were other worlds. In the lower decks, third-class passengers crowded into narrow cabins. Families seeking a new life in America, their dreams packed into worn suitcases, their hopes carried beneath the hum of the engine. Children played in narrow corridors, there, laughter a whisper of joy beneath the thunder of the waves. Men smoked pipes beneath the dim glow of lanterns, and mothers sang lullabies that danced with the rhythm of the sea. The Titanic sailed beneath the cold stars of April, her lights a glow upon the dark ocean. But the sea is a world of whispers, a place of calm and fury. In the silence of the night, an iceberg loomed like a ghost, its pale shadow brushing against the ship's hull. A whisper of ice, a quiet groan, and then a quiet horror, the unsinkable. Ship trembled, and the sea reached out with icy hands, panic spread like a cold wind. Lifeboats were lowered, their ropes creaking, their wooden sides scraping against the hull. Women and children climbed aboard, their faces pale beneath the moonlight. Men stood upon the sloping decks, watching the dark water rise, the stars above like distant, indifferent eyes. The orchestra played, their music a soft prayer against the night. And as the Titanic slipped beneath the waves, the silence was broken. Only by the cries of those who struggled in the icy water, their voices lost in the darkness. The ship of dreams became a ship of despair, and the cold Atlantic whispered a quiet promise that even the greatest of giants could fall, crossing the blue highways. But the Titanic was not alone. It was one of many giants that sailed the blue highways of the world, the great ocean liners that connected continents, that carried dreams and stories across the waves. The RMS Lusitania was another name whispered across the seas. Sleek, fast, and proud, it was a ship of speed and elegance. It raced across the Atlantic, carrying passengers who dined beneath crystal chandeliers, who danced in grand salons, who watched the waves curl beneath the silver sky. But beneath the beauty was a promise of power. The Lusitania was a ship of steam and steel, a ship that seemed to defy the sea, yet the sea is a world of whispers and shadows. In 1915, as the world burned in the flames of war, the Lusitania sailed beneath gray clouds. Beneath the surface, in the cold darkness, a silent predator watched a German U-boat, its shadow drifting beneath the waves. A torpedo whispered through the water, struck the Lusitania's side, and the great ship shuddered. Water rushed in, the decks tilted, and the laughter of passengers turned to screams. In just 18 minutes, the Lusitania was gone, swallowed by the sea. But not all liners met such fates. Some became legends of luxury, theaters of dreams that sailed beneath the open sky. The Queen Mary was a ship of grace and grandeur. Its decks stretched like vast boulevards. Its cabins were palaces of comfort. It carried royalty, movie stars, and adventurers. It was not just a ship, it was a stage, a floating world where stories were whispered beneath the moonlight, and so the great liners crossed the oceans carrying dreams, carrying stories, carrying whispers of faraway lands. They were not just ships. They were bridges of hope, roads upon the endless blue, war and waves, but the sea is not always a stage of dreams. It is also a battleground. Beneath the endless blue, beneath the gentle sway of waves, there is a world of shadows, a place of quiet, death. The ocean liners that once carried travelers and dreams became targets in the fires of war. In the First World War, the U-boats stalked the waves, silent hunters that lurked beneath the silver surface, their periscopes like cold, watchful eyes. Ships that sailed with laughter and music became prey, their sides torn by torpedoes, their decks shattered by explosions. Passengers crowded into lifeboats, their faces pale with fear, their voices rising against the roar of the sea. The Second World War turned the ocean into a theater of chaos. Great liners were painted in gray, their grand halls stripped of luxury, their cabins filled with troops. The Queen Mary became a troopship, her elegant decks carrying soldiers to distant shores. Beneath the fog, beneath the starlit sky, she whispered across the waves, her black hull blending with the mist. Convoys stretched across the Atlantic, their ships sailing in tight formation, guarded by destroyers that watched the gray horizon. Beneath them, the U-boats waited, silent wolves of the sea, whose torpedoes struck without warning. Ships vanished in columns of fire and smoke, their lights swallowed by the darkness, their stories lost beneath the cold waves. But even in the darkness, there were whispers of courage. Sailors who dived into freezing waters to save strangers, captains who guided their broken ships to safety, convoy escorts that fought against the shadows. The sea was a world of war, but also a world of quiet heroism, the luxury and the lamented. Even in peace, the great liners were worlds of contrast. Above, in the grand salons of first class, the rich dined beneath glittering chandeliers, their laughter mingling with the soft music of string quartets. They walked upon plush carpets, their cabins adorned with fine wood and silk. The ocean was a gentle whisper beyond the windows, a silver mirror beneath the moonlight, but below, in the depths of steerage, another world whispered. Immigrants crowded into narrow cabins, their dreams packed into worn suitcases. Children played. In the narrow corridors, their laughter a soft song beneath the rumble of the engine. Families huddled together, speaking in quiet whispers of the new world that waited beyond the horizon. They ate simple meals, their plates rattling with the hum of the ship. They leaned against the railings, watching the endless waves, their eyes filled with wonder, their hearts heavy with hope. To them, the ocean liner was not just a ship. It was a bridge, a promise of a new life, a new world. But even here, in the depths of steerage, there was beauty. Lullabies whispered beneath the hum of the engine. Stories danced in the soft glow of lanterns, and laughter rose above the waves. The great liners were worlds divided, but united by the same journey, a journey across the endless blue, a journey of dreams and destinies. And even now, beneath the roar of jet engines and the hum of modern ships, the whispers of those great liners remain stories of courage, of tragedy, of luxury and hope, carried forever by the silent embrace of the sea. Chapter 10. The whispering wind, the age of airships. There was a time when the skies were silent, a vast canvas of blue and gray, untouched by the hum of engines or the roar of jets. But then, like silver shadows, they appeared, vast giants that drifted gently above cities and forests, whispering through the sky. They were airships floating dreams held aloft by gas and grace. And among them, one name rose like a whisper carried by the wind. Zeppelins. Count Ferdinand von Zeppelin was a dreamer, a man who looked to the heavens and saw not just clouds, but pathways. His vision was not of tiny, fragile flying machines, but of great silver leviathans, airships that would float like islands in the sky. In 1900, his dream took shape. The first Zeppelin, a massive, cigar-shaped vessel, rose from the fields of Germany. Beneath its silken skin, a skeleton of aluminum stretched, its vast belly filled with hydrogen, a gas so light that it defied gravity. The Zeppelin drifted gracefully, its engines humming like a quiet song, its shadow falling softly upon the world below. It did not race through the sky, it floated. Passengers leaned against the windows, their eyes wide with wonder as forests stretched beneath them, rivers curled like silver ribbons, and cities sparkled beneath the golden sun. They walked upon soft carpets, sipped tea in elegant lounges, and whispered beneath the soft glow of lanterns. These airships were not just machines. They were floating dreams, vast castles of silk and steel that carried stories across the sky. They traveled from city to city, from continent to continent, their silver hulls gliding like silent whispers above the world. In the soft hum of their engines, in the gentle sway of their decks, there was a promise that the sky was no longer a distant dream, but a quiet road. Yet even in their grace, there was a quiet shadow. For airships were creatures of the wind, their delicate skins held aloft by a whisper of gas, their silent dance always one breath away from danger, luxury in the clouds, but for a time, the danger seemed distant, a quiet whisper beneath the beauty. And no airship embodied that beauty more than the Hindenburg. It was a floating palace, a marvel of German engineering, a silver giant that stretched nearly as long as the Titanic, but drifted above the world with the grace of a cloud inside. It was a world of elegance. Passengers walked upon soft carpets, their shoes sinking into the velvet softness. They dined in a grand dining room, where white-clothed tables sparkled with silver cutlery and crystal glasses. The walls were adorned with paintings, and soft music whispered from a grand piano. There were lounges where travelers sipped coffee and read newspapers, promenades where they strolled beneath the soft light of electric lamps, and even a smoking room, a quiet sanctuary where gentlemen discussed the world beneath the soft haze of cigar smoke. The Hindenburg was not just a ship. It was a dream given form, a promise that the sky was not just a place of clouds and wind, but a place of comfort, of luxury, of quiet wonder. From its windows, passengers watched the world drift beneath them, the green fields of Europe, the silver waves of the Atlantic, the misty shores of America. They leaned against the railing of the observation deck, the cool wind brushing there. Faces, the stars whispering above, for those who sailed upon it. The Hindenburg was not just a journey. It was an experience, a floating world of grace and beauty. And as it sailed beneath the endless sky, its silver skin glowing in the sunlight, it seemed invincible, a promise that the sky was a place of peace, but the sky is a world of whispers. And shadows and dreams that touch the heavens often dance close to the flame. Tragedy of the Hindenburg, May 6, 1937. The sky above Lakehurst, New Jersey, was gray, a soft mist drifting beneath the clouds. The Hindenburg appeared like a silver ghost, its massive hull gliding silently above the treetops. Below, a crowd gathered, their faces tilted toward the sky, their eyes filled with wonder. Cameras clicked, and voices whispered with excitement. The Hindenburg was returning, a giant of the sky, a floating palace come home, but beneath the calm, a quiet danger stirred. Hydrogen, the gas that gave the Hindenburg its grace, its silent lift, was also a whisper of fire. It was a gas that danced with the smallest spark, that whispered of flame even as it lifted the ship to the heavens. As the Hindenburg descended, its silver hull shimmering beneath the gray sky, something went wrong. A spark, a quiet flash, and then a roar. Flames erupted along the silken skin, racing like wild shadows across the hull. The silver dream became a fiery ghost, a towering inferno that danced in the sky. The calm faces of the crowd turned pale. Their whispers became screams. The quiet hum of the engines was swallowed by the roar of fire. Passengers leaned from the windows, their faces pale with horror. Some leapt, their bodies falling like shadows, their cries lost in the wind. The Hindenburg crumbled, its silver skin curling like burning paper, its grand halls swallowed by the flames, and then, in a matter of moments, it was over. The great airship lay upon the earth, a twisted skeleton of charred metal. Smoke rose, in silent curls, twisting against the gray sky. Beneath the twisted frame, survivors staggered, their faces blackened, their eyes empty with shock. The Hindenburg was gone, a silver dream turned to ash, but it was more than just a ship. It was a symbol, a whisper that even the grandest of dreams could fall, that even the silent beauty of the sky could become a place of tragedy. Ghosts of the sky, but the sky does not forget. Long after the flames of the Hindenburg cooled, long after it's twisted, Skeleton was cleared from the field at Lakehurst. The whispers of airships remained. They drifted in the pages of history. In the silent dreams of those who looked to the sky, there were other airships, the Graf Zeppelin, which sailed around the world, its silver hull carrying stories across the clouds. The Air 101, a British dream that fell in the mist of a rainy night. The Akron and the Macon American airships that danced above the waves, only to be swallowed by the sea, yet even in their loss, there was beauty. Airships were not just machines. They were dreams, vast, graceful dreams that whispered across the sky. They were not fast like airplanes, not strong like steamships. They were something else, something softer, something quieter. They floated. They whispered. They touched the heavens without roaring through them. Even now, beneath the roar of jet engines and the hum of modern planes, there is a quiet place in the sky, a place where the ghosts of airships still drift. Their silver shadows gliding above the clouds, their stories whispered by the wind, and in the silence of a misty morning, when the world is quiet and the sky is pale with dawn, if you look carefully, you might still see them, the whispering giants, the floating dreams that danced with the wind. Chapter 11. Wheels on the Water, the age of steamships. In the beginning, the oceans whispered a quiet challenge. Their waves stretched like silver threads beneath the endless sky, a world of calm and fury, of mystery and distance. For centuries, ships danced upon these waters, their sails billowing like the wings of great birds. But wind was a fickle master, its breath a whisper that could turn calm seas to chaos. And so, beneath the soft light of dawn, humanity looked to the sea and whispered a promise of steam. The SS Great Western was not just a ship. It was a dream of iron and fire, a promise that the sea could be conquered, not just crossed. Built by Isambard Kingdom Brunel in 1838, this great vessel was a creature of iron and wood, its hull strong against the waves, its deck stretching beneath the open sky. But its heart was a miracle, a steam engine that hummed with quiet power. Beneath the decks, in the shadowed depths, coal burned, flames whispered, and the engine roared with life. The Great Western sailed from Bristol to New York, its iron wheels churning against the Atlantic waves. Where other ships struggled against the wind, its paddles turned with steady strength, its engine a heartbeat that whispered of speed, of strength, of certainty. Passengers leaned against the railings, their eyes wide with wonder as the horizon danced, as the waves curled beneath the silver sky. No longer did they wait for the wind. They sailed beneath the hum of steam, a whisper of iron and fire. But the Great Western was not just a ship, it was a promise. A promise that the oceans were not a barrier, but a bridge. A promise that steam was not just a whisper of vapor, but a force that could carry dreams across the endless blue. And as it docked in New York, its hull glistening beneath the sunlight, its great engine slowly quieting, the world knew that the age of steam had begun. Empire carriers, but the whisper of steam did not end with the Great Western. Across the world, the oceans became highways, and upon them sailed the great steamships of empires. And among them, none were greater than the steamships of the British Empire. These ships were not just vessels, they were floating bridges that connected continents, that carried the pulse of an empire across the seas. Their hulls were painted in white and black, their smoke rose in soft plumes, and their flags danced in the wind. They sailed from London to Bombay, from Hong Kong to Cape Town, their holds filled with treasures and stories. They carried tea, the soft leaves packed in wooden crates, their fragrance a promise of quiet moments beneath the glow of a lantern. They carried silk, the delicate threads that shimmered beneath the sunlight, that whispered of distant lands where craftsmen wove dreams upon looms. They carried spices cinnamon, pepper, cloves their scent rising from the dark holds like a song of warmth and wonder, but they carried more than goods. They carried stories. Merchants who whispered of bustling markets in Calcutta, of jade palaces in China. Travelers who leaned against the railings, their eyes lost in the misty horizon, their hearts heavy with the promise of new lands. Soldiers who stood upon the decks, their hands gripping rifles, their minds dancing with the memory of home. Each ship was a floating world, a silent stage where lives crossed like shadows beneath the silver sky. The steamships were not just iron and wood. They were whispers of trade, of power, of adventure. They were the arteries of an empire, carrying not just goods, but the quiet promise that the world was one great connected dream. Survival and salvation at the sea is not always a stage of calm whispers. It is a world of shadows and storms, a place where the gentle breath of wind can turn to fury, where the waves rise like mountains beneath a darkened sky. And in this world, steamships were not just merchants, they were lifeboats. They were angels of iron and smoke, whispering of survival and salvation. One night, beneath the cold stars of the North Atlantic, a ship whispered of courage. It was the RMS Carpathia, a humble steamship that sailed beneath the quiet sky. But as its radio crackled with a message, a whisper of disaster, it became a legend. The RMS Titanic, a giant of iron and elegance, had struck an iceberg, and beneath the freezing stars, it was sinking. The Carpathia raced through the darkness, its engines roaring with the promise of hope. Beneath the cold light of dawn, it found them lifeboats drifting upon the silver waves, faces pale with fear, eyes wide with despair. Sailors leaned over the railings, their hands reaching out, pulling the shivering survivors from the cold embrace of the sea. The Carpathia became a whisper of grace, a promise that even in the darkness, there could be light, but the Carpathia was not alone. Steamships whispered of courage across the world. The SS City of Benares, a ship filled with children seeking safety during the Second World War, was struck by a torpedo. Beneath the gray sky, lifeboats drifted, and sailors whispered words of comfort to the terrified children. In the stormy waters of the Pacific, the USS Indianapolis carried the secret of the atomic bomb, but when it sank, its sailors struggled against the waves, against the silent shadows of sharks. Rescue ships arrived, their crews pulling the survivors from the dark embrace of the sea. Steamships were not just iron and steam. They were quiet heroes, whispers of courage upon the waves, echoes in the mist. But the world is a place of whispers, and even the greatest dreams fade. The age of steamships did not end in fire, nor in thunder. It ended in silence. Slowly, the world turned to new ships faster, sleeker, powered not by steam, but by oil and diesel. The great steamships sailed one by one into the mist, there, iron hulls rusting in forgotten harbors, their smoke quiet beneath the cold sky, but their whispers remained. In the foghorns that echoed across the silver waves, in the mist that curled beneath the morning sun, on quiet docks where the sea whispered against the worn wood, where old sailors told stories of grand ships that danced upon the waves, the SS Great Western became a memory, its iron hull lost to time. The Carpathia, the quiet hero of the Titanics, Night met its own end, struck by torpedoes and swallowed by the sea. But their stories did not sink. They floated upon the waves, carried in the soft murmur of the ocean, in the mist that whispered against the shore, even now beneath the roar of jet engines and the hum of modern ships. The echoes of the steamships remain. In the quiet creak of a wooden dock, in the scent of salt upon the wind, in the distant call of a foghorn beneath the mist. They were not just ships. They were dreams, dreams of iron and steam, of distant shores and endless blue. And in the quiet moments when the mist rises above the silver waves, when the world is soft and silent, you can still hear them, the whispers of steamships, the ghosts of giants that danced upon the water, carrying dreams across the endless blue. Chapter 12. The thunder of rotors, the rise of helicopters. Long before the thunder of rotors filled the sky, there was a quiet dream, a dream of wings that did not just soar, but hovered. Wings that danced in the air, that defied gravity. With a gentle hum. It was a dream whispered by the wind, a promise of freedom, not just to fly, but to float, to hover in place like a hummingbird beneath the summer sun. And among those who heard this whisper, one name rose like a quiet breeze: Igor Sikorsky. Igor Sikorsky was a dreamer, but he was also a builder. Born in the quiet towns of Russia, he watched the birds with wonder, their wings moving with effortless grace. He built his first flying machines as a young man, wooden contraptions with flapping wings, like the toys of Da Vinci's dreams. But they did not fly. They trembled, they tilted, they fell. Yet Sikorsky did not stop. He did not want a machine that soared like an eagle. He wanted one that hovered like a dragonfly. He studied the science of flight, the way wings carved the air, the way blades could spin like leaves caught in the wind. And in 1939, his dream took form. The Versus 300, a strange machine, a skeleton of steel and wire, its blades spinning above it like the petals of a metal flower. It lifted, wobbled, and then rose. Not like an arrow, but like a whisper. It did not soar, it hovered. This was not just a machine. It was a promise of flight that was free, a dance in the air, a gentle hum of spinning blades. Sikorsky's helicopters grew stronger. Their blades stretched like silver wings. Their engines hummed with quiet power. And soon, they were not just dreams. They were tools. They were angels. They were whispers of rescue in a world of danger. Heroes of rescue helicopters became more than machines. They became angels of the sky, hovering in the face of storms, drifting above the roaring waves, reaching down with quiet strength. Where ships struggled against the fury of the ocean, where mountains rose like silent walls, where forests whispered beneath the mist, there were the helicopters, their blades slicing the wind, their shadows dancing upon the earth dot in the cold waters of the North Atlantic. A ship whispered of despair. Its hull cracked against the waves, its deck swallowed by the icy sea. Sailors clung to the wreckage, their faces pale with fear, their hands slipping against the frozen metal. But above them, a hum rose against the howling wind. A helicopter hovered, its blades dancing like silver petals. A cable lowered, a rescuer leaned out, his hands reaching for the shivering sailors. One by one, they rose, plucked from the embrace of the sea, carried like whispers upon the wind on the jagged cliffs of mountain peaks, where the snow whispered beneath the gray sky. Climbers stood stranded, their ropes tangled, their strength fading. The world stretched beneath them like a vast abyss, a cold promise of silence. But then, in the mist, a shadow appeared. A helicopter, its rotors slicing the air, its cabin glowing with the soft light of hope. The climbers were lifted, their feet leaving the ice, their hands gripping the rescuers' arms. In the wake of storms, in the ruins of cities shattered by earthquakes, in the flooded streets where rooftops became islands, helicopters whispered of survival. They carried doctors to the wounded, food to the hungry, hope to the hopeless. They were not just machines. They were wings that carried life. They hovered not with the roar of thunder, but with the quiet promise of rescue. A hum that whispered of life in a world of chaos. Warbirds of the jungle, but the whisper of helicopter blades did not always speak of rescue. In the dense, shadowed jungles of Vietnam, where the mist curled like a ghost beneath the canopy, the helicopter became something else. It became a weapon, a warbird that danced above the trees, a shadow that whispered of both salvation and terror. They called it the Huey, a simple name for a machine that carried 1,000 stories. Its blades thundered like distant drums. Its engine roared with the breath of metal and fire. Soldiers leaned from its open doors, their rifles raised, the wind tearing at their helmets. The Huey was a beast of the air, but it was also a lifeline for the soldiers on the ground, who crouched beneath the twisted trees, who whispered beneath the rain of bullets. The Huey was a promise. Its shadow drifted above the jungle. It sighed. Doors slid open. Ropes dropped like silver vines. Soldiers climbed, their hands slipping, their hearts racing. The Huey rose, plucking them from the grasp of the jungle, carrying them to safety. But the Huey was not just a savior. It was a hunter. Its rockets streaked like silver arrows. Its machine guns whispered death upon the green canopy. It danced. With the mist, it hovered above the shadows. It turned the jungle into a battlefield of thunder and silence for those who fought beneath its shadow. The Huey was a ghost, a whisper of life, a promise of rescue, a roar of fire. It carried the wounded to safety. It rained death upon the enemy. It danced with the wind, a creature of metal and courage. And when the war ended, the Huey did not fade. It whispered in the stories of soldiers. It danced in the memories of those who looked to the sky and remembered the thunder of its blades, the sky without limits yet, even as the thunder of war faded, the promise of helicopters remained. For they were not just machines of battle, nor just angels of rescue. They were something more, a promise of freedom, of possibility, of a sky without limits. In the quiet cities, where the streets whispered with the hum of life, helicopters danced between the towers, carrying doctors to the wounded, reporters to the scenes of disaster, engineers to distant oil rigs. They hovered above highways, their blades whispering beneath the silver sky, their shadows drifting across the busy streets. In the silent beauty of the Grand Canyon, tourists leaned from the open doors of a helicopter, their eyes wide with wonder as the red cliffs stretched beneath them. The river whispered below, the sky shimmered above, and the helicopter drifted like a dragonfly upon the wind. In the frozen wilderness of Antarctica, where the snow whispered beneath the gray sky, helicopters carried scientists to distant research stations. Their blades whispered above the ice, their cabins glowed with the soft light of hope, and the cold wind whispered against the windows. They were not just machines. They were wings that hovered, that danced, that defied gravity itself. They were the quiet promise that the sky was not just a place to soar, but a place to touch, to dance, to drift, And even now, beneath the roar of jet engines, beneath the hum of electric drones, there is a place in the sky where the whisper of helicopter blades still dances. A place where dreams rise like silver petals, where the wind hums with the promise of freedom. They are not just machines. They are hummingbirds of the sky, quiet angels of rescue, gentle whispers of life. And in the hum of their rotors, there is a promise that the sky is not just a ceiling, but a road, a dance, a dream. Chapter 13. The Dawn of Space, the Age of Rockets. Beneath the ancient skies of China, the first whispers of flight danced in the smoke of fire arrows. It was a time of quiet wonder when alchemists mixed powders of saltpeter, charcoal, and sulfur, a curious mixture that crackled and sparked beneath the flame. At first, it was a celebration, fireworks that burst in showers of light, that whispered of joy beneath the night sky. But for some, it was something more. These were not just sparks. They were promises. The fire arrows were little more than bamboo tubes, their tails fletched with feathers, their tips trailing thin plumes of smoke. But when the spark caught, when the fire whispered against the powder, they leapt forward, their bright trails dancing against the dark sky. They did not soar to the heavens. They sputtered, they spun, they fell. But even in their fall, they whispered of a dream of reaching beyond the earth, of touching the sky. Centuries later, that dream took shape in the cold, shadowed laboratories of Europe. The quiet hum of machinery replaced the whisper of powder, and metal replaced bamboo. Among those who heard the whisper of rockets was a man named Wernher von Braun. In the darkness of war, he built the V-2 rocket, a silver spear that rose upon a tower of flame, its shadow stretching across the earth. It was a weapon, a whisper of destruction, a shadow cast upon the world. But even in its darkness, it was a promise that the sky was not a barrier, but a path. The V-2 soared above the clouds, a thunderous whisper that touched the edge of space. And for those who watched, who saw the trail of flame disappear into the darkness, there was a quiet truth that the stars were no longer distant dreams. They were destinations. And the rocket, born of smoke and fire, was the arrow that would reach them. The space race begins, but the dream of space did not end with a roar of war. It became something more, a race, a quiet battle fought not with guns, but with dreams. The Cold War whispered across the world, a shadow of fear that stretched from city to city. But even in its darkness, it carried a promise, that humanity's greatest battle would not be fought on the earth, but beyond it. In 1957, the world turned its eyes to the night sky. There, among the quiet stars, a new light appeared, a tiny silver speck that whispered against the darkness. It was Sputnik, a metal sphere that soared above the world, its faint radio signal a heartbeat that whispered of a new age. For the Soviet Union, it was a triumph. For the world, it was a whisper of wonder and fear. If a machine could dance among the stars, what else could follow? But the whisper of Sputnik was just the beginning. The space race had begun, and in 1961, another voice rose above the earth. I see the earth. It is so beautiful. Those were the words of Yuri Gagarin, a quiet, smiling cosmonaut who became the first human to leave the cradle of the world. His Vostok capsule soared above the blue oceans, the green forests, the silver mountains. Beneath him, the earth turned. Like a jewel in the darkness, for the world, his voice was a whisper of courage, a promise that humanity could rise above its shadows, that even in the darkness of the Cold War, there was a light. The United States responded with a promise of its own, a promise to reach beyond the sky, to touch the moon itself. It was not just a race. It was a dream shared by two nations. Whispered across the heavens, rockets rose upon pillars of flame. Astronauts floated above the Earth, and the world watched with quiet wonder. In the darkness of space, the Cold War became a dream of reaching beyond the stars, footprints on the moon. A quiet night in July 1969, the world held its breath. Families gathered around flickering televisions. Children pressed there, faces against the screens, and even the stars seemed to whisper with quiet anticipation. In the darkness of space, a small silver craft descended toward a gray, shadowed world, a world of dust and silence, of mountains that rose like pale ghosts beneath the sunlight. Inside the lunar module, Neil Armstrong whispered to his fellow astronaut, Buzz Aldrin. The surface of the moon stretched beneath them, a silent sea of shadows. The module settled, its legs touching the dust, its shadow stretching beneath the sunlight. Houston, Tranquility Base here. The Eagle has landed, but the world did not breathe again. Not yet. For there was something more, a moment that would be whispered across the ages. Armstrong stepped from the ladder, his boot pressed against the gray dust, and in the silence of the stars, he spoke. That's one small step for man, one giant leap for mankind, the world whispered with quiet wonder. Across the blue oceans, in crowded cities and quiet villages, people leaned closer, their eyes filled with light, their hearts touched by the soft promise of the stars. The moon was no longer a distant dream. It was a place, a silent world touched by human hands, a whisper of dust beneath a gentle step. The astronauts planted a flag. They whispered to their friends on Earth. They danced beneath the shadow of a silver sky. And when they returned, their footsteps remained quiet prints in the dust, a whisper that even the stars were within reach, beyond the moon's shadow. But the moon was not the end. It was a beginning, the quiet dream of space, whispered beyond the silver horizon, a promise that there were other worlds, other stories waiting beyond the darkness. The Apollo missions carried more astronauts to the moon, their footprints tracing quiet paths across the gray dust. They carried rocks, they whispered of science. They watched the blue Earth rise above the silver mountains, but there were other dreams. The Mars rovers, small, curious machines that danced across the red sands, their wheels tracing lines in the dust, their cameras watching the pale pink sky. They whispered of dry rivers, of ancient rocks, of a world that might have once whispered with life beyond Mars. The Voyager probes sailed like silent whispers among the stars. Their golden records carried the sounds of Earth, the soft murmur of a mother's voice, the quiet song of a whale, the heartbeat of a child. They drifted beyond the planets, beyond the cold embrace of the sun, their tiny lights dancing in the darkness. Space was no longer a frontier. It was a promise that even the silence of the stars was not beyond reach. Humanity had left its cradle. It had touched the moon, whispered across Mars, and sent its voice beyond the edge of the solar system. But even now, beneath the hum of rockets, beneath the quiet glow of space stations, there is a whisper that the dream is not over. For space is not just a place. It is a promise that there are stories yet to be written, stars yet to be touched, whispers yet to be heard, and in the quiet moments when the sky is clear and the stars dance like silver embers, you can still hear it, the quiet hum of rockets, the whisper of dreams, the promise of space. Chapter 14. Skyways of Steel, the Age of Commercial Aviation. There was a time when the sky was a place of wonder, a realm of clouds and whispers where only the bravest soared. But that world began to change. The heavens did not just belong to heroes or adventurers. They became roads, skyways of steel, where silver birds carried not just explorers, but everyone. In the 1930s, a new kind of aircraft touched the sky, the Douglas DC-3. It was not a fragile biplane, not a roaring warbird. It was a promise of comfort. Its metal skin shimmered beneath the sunlight. Its wings stretched like silver arms that whispered of safety. Passengers stepped aboard, not with fear, but with quiet wonder. They leaned back in cushioned seats, the hum of the engines a soft lullaby. Beneath their feet, cities became patterns of light. Rivers curled like silver threads. Mountains rose like shadows. The DC-3 was not just a plane. It was a bridge that turned distant cities into neighbors. It soared from New York to Chicago, from Paris to Rome, its silver wings cutting through the clouds. No longer did one need to sail across oceans, to ride for days upon steel tracks. In the hum of its engines, the world grew smaller, but the dream did not end with the DC-3. It soared higher, faster, with the arrival of the Boeing 707, a jet that whispered of speed. Its sleek, silver body shimmered beneath the sunlight. Its engines roared with quiet power. It crossed the Atlantic in hours, its passengers leaning back with quiet smiles. Their dreams whispered against the soft hum of the cabin. The 707 turned oceans into lakes, continents into neighbors, airlines. Rose like silver birds, Pan Am, TUA, British Airways. Their names became whispers of adventure, promises that the world was no longer a distant dream, but a place waiting just beyond the horizon. Airplanes were not just machines. They were wings of comfort, of commerce, of connection. They did not just carry passengers. They carried dreams of distant lands, of new beginnings, of whispered goodbyes and quiet welcomes. The glamour of the ski spit, there was something more, a quiet magic that danced within the silver halls of the sky. It was an age of glamour, an age when the skies were not just a way to travel, but a place of elegance, of whispered wonder. Stewardesses, as they were called then, walked with grace and charm. Their uniforms were crisp, their smiles warm. They were more than just attendants, they were ambassadors of the sky. They served meals upon silver trays, their hands gliding with quiet grace. They whispered words of comfort. They leaned gently beside passengers, their presence a promise of safety. First-class cabins were palaces of quiet luxury. Passengers dined on fine china, their silverware gleaming beneath the soft glow of lamps. Champagne sparkled in crystal glasses, and soft music whispered from hidden speakers. Beneath the silver wings, the world stretched like a silent dream. Mountains rose like misty shadows. Oceans shimmered beneath the moonlight, and among the great names of the sky, one rose above all: Pan American, World Airways, or simply Pan Am. Its logo, a globe wrapped in silver wings, became a symbol of adventure. Its blue and white livery whispered of distant lands. Its stewardesses walked like queens of the sky, their pillbox hats a symbol of elegance. Pan Am was not just an airline, it was a promise. A promise of distant cities, of whispered stories told beneath the clouds. The golden age of air travel was not just a way to reach a destination. It was an experience, a dance of silver wings, a whisper of soft elegance, a promise that the sky was not just a road, but a dream dot in times of crisis. But the sky is not always a stage of dreams. It is also a place of quiet courage, of silent whispers that carry hope. Airplanes were not just wings of comfort, they became wings of mercy. In 1948, the world watched as the city of Berlin whispered beneath the shadow of a blockade. Surrounded, cut off, its streets fell silent, its people whispered of hunger. But above the city, a quiet promise danced, a promise carried upon the wings of silver birds. The Berlin airlift had begun. Day and night, airplanes roared above. The city, their shadows drifting across the rooftops, their bellies filled with food, with coal, with hope. Pilots leaned against the wind, their hands steady upon the controls, their eyes fixed upon the gray sky. They whispered of courage, of survival. And the people below watched, their faces lifted to the sky, their hands reaching for the packages. That drifted like quiet snow, but the whisper of rescue did not end there. In the shadows of the Himalayas, where the mountains rose like silent giants, airplanes whispered of survival. The Hump, a dangerous air route over the towering mountains, carried supplies to China during the Second World War. Pilots soared through the mist, their wings trembling beneath the storm, their cabins cold with the breath of the clouds, and in the distant jungles of Vietnam, the sky whispered of life. Helicopters hovered above the trees, their rotors humming with quiet strength. They carried the wounded, the lost, the forgotten. They whispered of courage in a world of chaos. Airplanes were not just wings of comfort. They were wings of hope, of rescue, of quiet courage. Beneath the silver sky, they whispered of life, the sky without border sight. Even as they whispered of rescue and courage, airplanes became something more. They became bridges, silver birds that carried the world closer together. Airports rose like quiet cities, great halls of glass and light, where the world touched beneath the hum of engines. Travelers from distant lands leaned against the railings, their eyes watching the silver wings dance upon the runways. Children pressed their faces against the glass, their eyes wide with wonder. Lovers whispered beneath the glow of the departure screens, their hands held in quiet promise. Airports were not just places of transit. They were crossroads of the world. Passengers spoke in 100 languages, their voices mingling like quiet rivers. Suitcases whispered of distant lands, their stickers a silent map of memories. Departure boards glowed with the names of far away. Cities Tokyo, Paris, New York, Cairo, whispers of dreams written in soft light, and above them, in the open sky, the silver birds danced. They soared beneath the golden light of dawn. They whispered against the pale glow of the moon. They crossed oceans, mountains, deserts. They carried stories, they carried hopes, they carried quiet whispers of connection. The sky was no longer a distant realm, a place of dreams. It was a road, a bridge, a promise. A place where the world touched, where distance was a quiet shadow, where dreams whispered beneath the soft hum of engines. Even now, beneath the roar of jet engines, beneath the hum of silver wings, there is a quiet truth that the sky is not just a place. It is a promise that no distance is too far, that no dream is beyond reach, that in the gentle dance of silver wings, the world is one. Chapter 15. The silence surged the rise of electric trains. There was a time when trains were iron beasts, their steel wheels roaring against the tracks, their steam rising like silver whispers against the sky. But then, beneath the mountains of Japan, a new kind of train was born. It did not whisper with steam, nor roar with diesel. It hummed a quiet, gentle hum that spoke of speed, of silence, of a world where travel was not just fast, but serene. This was the Shinkansen, the world's first high-speed bullet train. It cut through the heart of Japan like a silver arrow, a whisper of lightning that danced beneath the shadowed mountains. Its nose was sleek and sharp, its silver body shimmered beneath the sunlight, and its rails stretched like ribbons across the green valleys, the blue rivers, the quiet villages. Passengers stepped aboard with quiet wonder. They leaned back in cushioned seats, their eyes wide with awe as the world whispered past the windows. Cities became blurs of light, mountains rose and fell like shadows, and the sky stretched like a soft, endless canvas. Yet inside the train, there was only a soft hum, a quiet promise of speed without the roar, of power without the thunder. The Shinkansen was more than just a train. It was a promise that travel did not need to be loud, that speed could be a whisper, that progress could be silent. It soared from Tokyo to Osaka, its silver form dancing beneath the clouds, its tracks humming with quiet power, but its promise was not just speed. It was connection. It brought cities together. It turned distant towns into neighbors. It carried dreams and stories across the land. The Shinkansen was not just a machine. It was a whisper of the future, a promise that the world could move without a roar, the green revolution on rails. But the whisper of electric trains did not end with the Shinkansen. Across the world, cities embraced a new kind of travel, quiet, clean, and green. Electric trams whispered through the crowded streets, their wheels humming against the iron rails, their carriages filled with the soft murmur of life. In the bustling streets of San Francisco, the iconic cable cars clattered up the steep hills, their bells ringing with a soft chime, their electric cables humming with quiet energy. Beneath the shadowed towers of New York, the subway whispered beneath the earth, a world of silver trains that carried millions in silent rhythm. But it was not just cities. Nations built electric railways that stretched across valleys, that climbed mist-shrouded mountains, that whispered through green forests. In Switzerland, the Glacier Express danced through the snow-capped Alps, its quiet hum a whisper against the silent peaks. In the vast plains of Europe, electric trains glided from Paris to Berlin, from Rome to Vienna, their silver bodies shimmering beneath the blue sky. Electric trains were not just fast. They were clean. No smoke curled from their engines. No thunder whispered against the quiet towns. They did not burn coal. They did not drink oil. They drew their strength from quiet currents, from the gentle hum of hidden wires, from the green promise of a world that whispered of peace. And they were not just machines. They were lifelines. They carried workers to quiet offices, children to distant schools, lovers to whispered goodbyes. They danced through the mist. They whispered beneath the sun. They carried life upon silver tracks. Electric trains were not just a way to travel. They were a promise that speed could be clean, that the world could move without a shadow, that progress could whisper, not roar, maglev floating on Erba, the quiet dream of electric trains, did not stop at the rails. It rose, it floated, it danced upon the air. A new whisper filled the world, the whisper of magnetic levitation. Maglev, a train that did not touch the tracks, that did not rumble against the rails. It floated a silver shadow, a dream that danced upon the breath of the earth. In the quiet labs of Japan and Germany, engineers whispered of a new dream. A train without wheels, a train that floated upon a cushion of magnetic fields. Magnets whispered against magnets, their quiet force lifting the train, pushing it forward. There was no friction, no roar, just a soft promise of speed. Without sound, and then that dream took shape. In Shanghai, the maglev train danced above the city. It soared from the airport to the heart of the city, its silver form gliding above the green fields, the crowded streets, the silver rivers. Inside, passengers leaned against the soft seats, their eyes wide with wonder as the world whispered. Beneath them, they did not feel the tracks, for there were no tracks. They did not hear the rumble, for there was no rumble. The maglev was not just a train. It was a dream given form. It floated at over 400 kilometers per hour, a whisper of speed that danced upon the air. Its silver body shimmered beneath the sunlight. Its hum a quiet promise of the future, but it was not just a promise of speed. It was a promise of peace. No smoke, no thunder, no shadows. Just a soft whisper of movement, a dance that touched the air, a dream that floated upon the wind, bridges between futurescent. For all their speed, for all their quiet grace, electric trains were more than just machines. They were bridges that connected past to present, that carried souls from one world to another. In London, the underground whispered beneath the busy streets. Its silver trains danced beneath the city, their quiet hum a promise of movement, of connection. Commuters leaned against the soft seats, their eyes drifting closed, the gentle sway of the train a lullaby. Beneath the roar of the city, the underground was a world of whispers, a place where strangers met, where stories crossed in the quiet hum of silver rails. In Paris, the metro danced beneath the shadow of the Eiffel Tower, its silver carriages, whispering through the tunnels, its stations glowing with soft light. Lovers whispered beneath the glow of lanterns. Travelers leaned against the cold walls, their dreams drifting with the quiet hum of the train, but even beyond the cities, electric. Trains carried dreams. The Eurostar danced beneath the silver waters of the English Channel, a bridge of light that whispered from London to Paris. The Trans-Siberian Railway, with its electric engines, whispered across the frozen forests of Russia, its silver cars. Carrying stories from Moscow to Vladivostok and beyond them, in the mist-shrouded cities of China, the maglev whispered of the future. A silver dream that floated above the earth, that danced with the wind, that carried passengers not just from place to place, but from dream to dream. Electric trains were not just a way to travel. They were bridges that carried stories, that connected souls, that whispered of a world where distance was a quiet shadow, where dreams danced upon silver tracks. Even now, beneath the hum of modern engines, beneath the soft glow of station lights, there is a quiet truth that the world is not just a place. It is a promise. A promise that distance is just a whisper, that speed can be silent, that progress can be clean. Electric trains are not just machines. They are dreams, silver whispers that dance upon the rails, bridges of light that carry souls across the quiet world. Chapter 16. Cars without drivers, the dawn of autonomous vehicles. There was a time when the road was a place of whispers, the quiet hum of engines, the gentle roar of wheels against the pavement, the soft murmur of a driver's hands upon the steering wheel. But then, slowly and quietly, a new whisper joined them. It was a whisper of thought, a whisper of cars that could see, of wheels that could think, of engines that did not just roar, but reasoned. The driver's seat became more than just a place to sit. It became a promise that one day it might sit empty. The first whispers were small, almost forgotten. In the 1950s, cruise control appeared, a quiet promise of a steady speed, of a foot lifted from the pedal, of a car that moved with its own quiet rhythm. It was not magic, it was not intelligence. It was a mechanical whisper, a quiet dance of gears and springs. But it was a beginning. Decades passed, and the whisper grew louder. Parking assist appeared, cameras that watched, sensors that whispered, of distance, of shadows, of silent walls. Drivers leaned back, their hands loose upon the wheel, their eyes wide with wonder as the car moved on its own. It was not yet a mind, but it was a promise that a car could see, that a car could think, even in small, careful ways. And then the whisper became a hum. Sensors appeared like silver eyes, cameras that watched the road, radars that whispered of distant cars, of silent pedestrians. The car became a creature of quiet senses, a being that watched, that whispered, that thought. It could brake when danger whispered against the road. It could steer back to the center of the lane, its hands gentle upon the invisible wheel. The dream of autonomous vehicles was not born in a roar. It was born in whispers of silicon and sensors, of quiet thoughts beneath the hum of the engine. A promise that the road was not just a place of speed, but a place of thought, cities that drive themselves. But the quiet dream of autonomous vehicles did not end with the highways. It danced into the heart of the cities, a dance of silver cars that glided through the silent streets, of taxis that whispered without drivers, of roads that spoke not to humans, but to machines. In the soft light of dawn, the streets of San Francisco whispered with quiet wonder. Silver cars glided from the shadows, their headlights glowing like quiet eyes. They did not roar, they did not rush. They moved with quiet grace, their wheels turning without a hand upon the wheel. Passengers leaned back in cushioned seats, their eyes drifting across the cityscape, their hands resting in their laps. The city was a dream that moved around them, a quiet world that danced beneath the gentle hum of electric engines. These were not just cars. They were minds on wheels, each one a whisper of silicon and code, each one a silent promise of safety. Cameras watched the streets, their silent gaze following the gentle curve of the road. Lasers whispered against the darkness, their light touching the shadows, their thoughts dancing with quiet precision. Algorithms hummed beneath the silver skin, their silent minds steering, braking, thinking. A pedestrian stepped from the curb, and the car whispered to a halt. A dog darted across the street, and the headlights flicked with quiet attention. The city was not just a place of steel and glass. It was a world of whispers of sensors, of algorithms, of quiet thoughts that danced beneath the hum of the morning light. And it was not just one city. In the quiet streets of Tokyo, silver taxis drifted like shadows, their windows glowing with soft light. In the misty lanes of Shanghai, buses whispered through the morning mist, their doors sliding open to passengers who stepped aboard without a driver's gaze. Cities became silent stages where the actors were not people, but cars that thought, that saw, that whispered beneath the silver sky. Autonomous vehicles were not just machines. They were whispers of quiet intelligence, silver shadows that danced upon the empty streets, the promise and the peril. But even in the quiet dance of silver cars, there was a whisper of something else, a question, a shadow that stretched beneath, the hum of intelligence. For every promise whispered by autonomous vehicles, there was also a question, a quiet fear that danced beneath the glow of their headlights. In a world where cars thought, who was responsible? When a silver car whispered through a crosswalk, when a shadow fell across its path, when its sensors hummed and hesitated, who was to blame when the hum turned to horror? When a silver car failed to see, when a whisper became a crash, when the silence became a scream, who bore the weight of that shadow? The world whispered of safety, of sensors that saw, of cameras that watched. But it also whispered of mistakes, of cars that could not see the darkness, of algorithms that danced without understanding. It whispered of accidents, of quiet streets where silver cars struck shadows, of misty roads where whispers became roars. And even in the quiet hum of the cars, there was another whisper, a whisper of control. Who decided where they went? Who whispered their thoughts, their paths, their silent choices? Was it the passenger who leaned back in the soft seat, whose hands rested in quiet stillness? Or was it the silent code, the hidden algorithms, the quiet whispers of servers that watched from distant cities? The promise of autonomous vehicles was a promise of safety, of convenience, of freedom. But it was also a whisper of shadows, a promise of questions, of choices made in silence, of thoughts whispered by machines beyond the human touch. But even as the questions whispered, the dream continued. Autonomous vehicles did not just promise safety. They promised freedom, freedom beyond the human touch. A world where cars moved without steering wheels, where buses whispered without drivers, where the road became a place of silent intelligence. In the quiet streets of Singapore, shuttles danced along silent paths, their silver bodies humming with quiet grace. Passengers stepped aboard, their faces calm, their hands resting in their laps. There was no driver's seat, no quiet gaze from a mirror, just a soft voice that whispered of destinations, of times, of quiet journeys across the sleeping city. In the quiet fields of Arizona, trucks whispered across the desert, their trailers stretching like silver shadows beneath the burning sun. There were no drivers who leaned against the wheel, no hands that guided the path. The trucks moved like whispers upon the sand, their headlights glowing beneath the empty sky. And in the distant roads of Europe, cars danced in quiet harmony, their sensors whispering to one another, their silent thoughts weaving a dance of safety, of speed, of quiet precision. The roads were not just paths. They were stages where silver minds whispered of movement, where distance was a quiet shadow, cars without steering wheels, buses without drivers, roads that whispered not to humans, but to machines. The world was no longer just a place of movement. It was a place of thought, a place where intelligence danced in silver shadows, where roads whispered in quiet hums. And even now, beneath the roar of traffic, beneath the hum of engines, there is a quiet truth that the road is not just a place. It is a promise that movement can be silent, that thought can dance upon wheels, that the future is not just a place of speed, but of quiet intelligence. Cars without drivers are not just machines. They are whispers of thought, silver shadows that dance. Upon the world, a promise that the road is not just a journey, but a dream. Chapter 17. The Digital Chariots, the Rise of Ride-Sharing Services. There was a time when travel was a quiet dance, a wave of the hand beneath the gray sky, a whispered conversation with a driver who leaned from the window, a journey marked by the yellow glow of a taxi's light. But then, with a quiet tap, the world changed. The ancient art of travel became a digital dance. No longer did travelers stand beneath the rain. No longer did they wave for taxis that passed in silver shadows. Instead, they tapped their screens. A soft touch that whispered of change. A T began with two names, Uber and Lyft. Two whispers that rose beneath the hum of the city. Two promises that the road could be a place of freedom, a place of ease. In San Francisco, in New York, in London, the app whispered against the glass screen, a quiet map that glowed with silver roads. A car appeared, its icon drifting toward the waiting passenger, its headlights glowing beneath the mist. The driver's face was just a name on the screen, a quiet promise of arrival. For drivers, it was a promise of freedom. No longer did they wait upon quiet streets, their eyes watching for a wave, their engines humming with quiet hope. Now, the app whispered a quiet ping, a message that carried a passenger's name, a promise of a ride, a journey marked by the hum of the engine. For passengers, it was a promise of ease. No more whispered arguments with taxi drivers. No more struggling to find a cab beneath the rain. The app whispered of arrival times, of clean cars, of quiet drivers who leaned against the steering wheel with quiet smiles. The world of travel had changed. No longer was it a place of waving hands, of shouted destinations. It was a place of silent whispers, of quiet pings, of a journey that began with a touch, but beneath the quiet promise of convenience, there was something more, a whisper of change that touched not just the roads, but the world, the promise of convenience. But it was not just a whisper of change. It was a promise that travel could be more than just a journey. It could be a dance of convenience. A quiet escape whispered against the screen, rush hour, a time of chaos, of crowded buses, of silver cars that crept like shadows across the endless lanes. But for those who touched their screens, there was no chaos. A car whispered into view, its headlights a quiet promise. They stepped inside, the world outside rushing by in a blur, their seats a soft promise of comfort for the young traveler who wandered the night, who stepped from the quiet hum of a concert. From the soft glow of a restaurant, there was no fear. Beneath the silver light of the moon, they touched their screen and a car appeared. The driver's face smiled from the screen, a quiet name that whispered of safety for the weary worker who whispered beneath the rain, who leaned against the cold glass of the office, who whispered goodbye to the hum of the night shift. There was a promise. No need to chase a taxi beneath the dark clouds. No need to wave beneath the falling rain. A touch, a ping. A car that whispered through the mist. Ride-sharing was not just a way to travel. It was a promise of freedom, of safety, of quiet ease. It turned cities into silent networks, silver roads that whispered beneath the sky, where cars danced with quiet grace. A T carried stories, whispered goodbyes, soft greetings, whispered conversations beneath the glow of the dashboard. It carried dreams, travelers who whispered of distant places, workers who leaned against the quiet comfort of the seat, children who watched the city lights dance beneath the rain. But even as it promised freedom, it whispered of something else, a quiet battle that danced beneath the silent roads, The battle of wheels, but the rise of ride-sharing was not just a dance of convenience. It was a battle, a silent struggle that whispered across the cities, that touched not just the roads, but the hearts of those who once ruled them. Taxi drivers watched with quiet fear as the silver cars whispered through their streets. For decades, they had been the kings of the road, their yellow cabs a promise of safety, their meters a quiet hum of certainty. They leaned from their windows, they whispered destinations, they carried stories beneath the hum of the engine. But now their kingdoms were under siege. They watched as the ride-sharing cars danced across the city, their fares whispered through the screens, their passengers leaning back with quiet ease. Protests whispered beneath the silver towers. Taxi drivers gathered in quiet crowds, their faces touched with anger, their voices rising in the misty air. Regulations whispered of fairness, of licenses, of rules that balanced the dance of the roads. Governments whispered of change, of laws that danced between freedom and control. And beneath the silent streets, a quiet question whispered, was travel a right, a freedom, or just a service? Some cities rose against the whisper of change. Paris danced with protests, London whispered of bans, New York leaned into regulations. But the silver cars did not stop. They whispered beneath the quiet clouds, they danced beneath the rain. They carried their passengers with quiet grace. Ride-sharing was not just a promise of convenience. It was a battle, a quiet struggle that touched the roads, that whispered of old ways and new dreams, community on the go. Even in the quiet struggle, even in the silent battle of wheels, there was something else, a quiet beauty that whispered within the silver cars. For ride-sharing was not just a way to travel. It was a place where stories whispered in the hum of the engine, where strangers became friends beneath the quiet glow of the dashboard a passenger stepped into. The car and the driver smiled a quiet greeting, a soft promise of safety. Beneath the hum of the engine, they whispered of distant cities, of quiet dreams, of whispered worries. A ride that began in silence became a journey of stories. A young traveler whispered of a lost love, their voice soft beneath the hum of the rain. The driver nodded, their voice a gentle comfort, their words a quiet promise of hope. An elderly passenger leaned back with a quiet smile, whispering of childhood days, of silver roads that danced beneath the sun. The driver listened, their hands steady upon the wheel, their eyes glowing with quiet kindness. Drivers became more than just guides. They became listeners, storytellers, quiet friends who whispered beneath the silver sky. They carried more than just passengers. They carried stories, they carried laughter, they carried whispered memories that danced within the soft light of the dashboard. And for passengers, the silver cars became more than just a way to travel. They became places of comfort, of quiet connection. A journey that whispered of safety, of warmth, of quiet moments shared with strangers. Ride-sharing was not just a service. It was a dance of silver wheels, a quiet promise of connection. It carried more than just passengers. It carried dreams, whispered stories, silent friendships, and even now, beneath the hum of the engine, beneath the glow of the dashboard, there is a quiet truth that travel is not just a journey. It is a whisper of stories, of strangers who became friends, of silver roads that carried dreams beneath the silent sky. Chapter 18. Silent streets, the rise of electric vehicles. There was a time when the road was a place of thunder, a place where engines roared, where smoke whispered against the wind, where cities murmured beneath the gray shadow of exhaust. But then, with a quiet hum, that world began to change. The thunder became a whisper, the smoke faded like mist beneath the morning sun, and the road became a place of quiet light. This was the rise of electric vehicles, a quiet revolution that whispered of a cleaner, greener world, and at the heart of this revolution was a name whispered beneath the silver sky: Tesla. Once, electric cars were little more than quiet. Toys, forgotten dreams that hummed beneath the shadows of gasoline giants. But then came the Tesla Model S, a silver arrow that did not just hum. It soared. Its sleek body shimmered beneath the sunlight. Its silent motor whispered of speed, of power, of a promise that the future did not need to roar beneath the silver skin of the Model S. A quiet heartbeat pulls the battery, a silent promise of strength. It did not burn fuel. It did not whisper of smoke. It whispered of volts, of silent power that carried passengers with a quiet hum. Drivers leaned back, their hands light upon the wheel, their eyes wide with wonder as the world whispered past. Mountains rose in the distance, cities shimmered. Beneath the blue sky, and beneath it all, the road whispered with silent speed, but the Model S was more than just a car. It was a promise. A promise that the world did not need to burn, that travel did not need to roar, that speed could be a quiet dream. Tesla became more than just a name. It became a whisper of change, a promise that the road could be a place of silence, of silver light, of quiet power. And as the silver cars danced beneath the sun, the world whispered of a future that was not just fast, but clean, charging the future. But even the quietest dream needs a heartbeat, and for electric vehicles, that heartbeat was power. Not the roar of engines, not the hum of fuel, but the quiet pulse of electricity. And as electric cars danced upon the roads, a new promise rose, a promise of charging stations, of silver oases that bloomed across the world. In the quiet streets of San Francisco, sleek silver towers rose beneath the blue sky. Their screens glowed with soft light. Their silver cables whispered with quiet power. Cars whispered to a stop. Their doors opened with a soft click, and their drivers stepped out, their hands reaching for the silver cords. The plugs slid into place, and the quiet hum of power whispered beneath the sunlight. But it was not just San Francisco. Cities across the world whispered of change. In the misty streets of London, charging stations lined the quiet corners, their silver lights glowing beneath the rain. In the sunlit lanes of Paris, they stood beneath the shade of ancient trees, their screens whispering of power, of promise. And it was not just cities. Along the endless highways, beneath the soft light of desert skies, in the misty valleys of the mountains, charging stations appeared like silver flowers, their lights glowing in the dark. Travelers leaned against their cars, their eyes watching the quiet world, their hearts whispering of journeys without end. For the first time, travel did not whisper of limits. No longer did drivers fear the needle that danced upon the fuel gauge, the quiet shadow of an empty tank. Instead, they whispered of range, of batteries that hummed with silent strength, of roads that whispered beneath the wheels, charging. Stations were not just places of power. They were promises that the world could move without smoke, that the journey could be endless, that the road could be a place of quiet light, green roads, blue skies. But the dream of electric vehicles was not just a dream of cars. It was a dream of cities, of streets that whispered beneath the silver sky, of roads that danced without shadows. It was a dream of green roads, of blue skies, a world where the hum of engines did not whisper of smoke, but of silence. Nations leaned into the promise. In the quiet streets of Amsterdam, bicycles danced beneath the silver mist, their wheels whispering without sound, their riders leaning forward, their faces touched by the wind. Electric bikes whispered through the parks, their quiet hum a promise of speed without thunder. In the misty streets of Shenzhen, buses whispered with quiet strength. No longer did they roar, no longer did they cough with smoke. They hummed a soft, gentle hum that carried passengers across the city. Beneath the silver sky, their green bodies danced like whispers, their wheels turning with quiet ease. But it was not just cities. Highways danced with electric trucks, silver giants that whispered across the endless lanes, their trailers stretching beneath the golden light. They carried goods without smoke. They whispered beneath the stars, their silent strength a promise of clean commerce, and even beyond the streets, the dream touched the sky. Electric planes whispered against the wind, their wings silent beneath the sunlight, their engines humming with quiet power. Above the mountains, across the oceans, they danced silver shadows that touched the clouds without thunder, green roads, blue skies, cities that whispered without smoke, highways that danced without thunder, skies that sang without roar. This was the dream of electric vehicles, not just a way to travel, but a promise of a world reborn, the end of exhaust. But for all their quiet strength, electric vehicles whispered of something else, a quiet end to an old world. A world where the streets were choked with smoke, where the sky danced with gray shadows, where the hum of engines was a roar, a whisper of fire. In the quiet streets of New Delhi, where the air once whispered of dust, electric rickshaws danced. Beneath the sunlight, their green bodies glowing like silver leaves. Their wheels whispered against the road, their seats carried travelers with quiet ease. Beneath the blue sky, the air was clean, the roads were silent, the roar of exhaust was just a memory. In the shadowed alleys of Paris, where the streets once whispered of gasoline, electric scooters hummed beneath the streetlights, their riders leaning forward with quiet smiles. The air did not whisper of smoke. It whispered of quiet journeys, of green leaves, of silver light that danced upon the wet cobblestones and in the quiet lanes of Los Angeles, where the highways once whispered. Of thunder, electric cars danced beneath the palm trees, their silver bodies shimmering in the sunlight. The roar of engines faded to a whisper. The air was clean. The sky was a soft canvas of blue. The world was not just a place of roads. It was a place of whispers. Whispers of clean air, of quiet journeys, of a world where the hum of travel did not dance with shadows, but with light. The end of exhaust was not just the end of smoke. It was the end of a world of shadows, the beginning of a world of light. A world where cities breathed, where roads sang with silence, where the journey was not just a path, it was a promise. And even now, beneath the hum of silver cars, beneath the soft glow of charging stations, there is a quiet truth that the road is not just a place. It is a promise. A promise that speed can be silent, that strength can be clean, that the world can be a place of whispers, of silver light, of quiet dreams. Electric vehicles are not just machines. They are promises, silver whispers that dance upon the world, a dream of silent streets, a promise of a world reborn. Chapter 19, The Final Frontier, Space Tourism. There was a time when the stars were just whispers, quiet lights that danced against the darkness. a world of silver sparks that stretched beyond the edge of the sky. They were not places, but dreams distant and silent, a promise written in the glow of the night. But then, in the quiet halls of science, a dream was born, a dream that the stars could be touched, that the heavens could be reached, not just by heroes, but by dreamers for centuries. Space was a place of wonder, a realm of scientists and explorers, of astronauts who whispered of distant worlds, of rockets that roared beneath the silver moon. But even as they soared, as they whispered across the heavens, another dream began to stir, a dream that space could be more than just a frontier. It could be a destination. It began with three names: Virgin Galactic, Blue Origin, and SpaceX. Three whispers that danced beneath the silver sky. Three promises that the stars were not just for the chosen few. They were for those who dared to dream. Virgin Galactic was a promise of adventure, a sleek silver spacecraft that danced upon the edge of the atmosphere, its wings shimmering beneath the sunlight, its cabin glowing with the soft light of wonder. Passengers leaned back, their eyes wide with awe as the sky turned from blue to black, as the earth whispered beneath them, a silent marble of blue and white. Blue Origin was a whisper of quiet grace. Its rockets rose upon pillars of fire. There, silver bodies dancing against the darkness. Passengers floated within the cabin, their hands reaching for the stars, their laughter a soft echo against the silent void. The sky was not just a ceiling. It was a door, but it was SpaceX that whispered of something more. It did not just promise a moment above the earth. It promised a journey. Its rockets soared beyond the atmosphere, their silver shadows drifting. Above the blue planet, their cabins glowing with quiet light. Space was not just a place to visit. It was a place to explore. For the first time, the stars were not just whispers. They were destinations, touching the heavens. But the dream of space tourism was not just a promise of rockets. It was a promise of perspective, a promise that those who touched the heavens would never see the world the same way again. As the rockets rose, as the engines whispered with quiet strength, passengers leaned back in their seats, their hands gripping the soft edges, their eyes wide with wonder. The blue sky shimmered beyond the windows. The clouds danced like silver whispers. And then, in a quiet moment, the blue turned to black. Space, a place of silence, of darkness, of quiet light. Passengers floated from their seats, their bodies light as whispers, their laughter a soft echo against the silent walls. Beneath them, the earth turned a fragile marble of blue and white, a whisper of clouds that curled against the darkness. Continents stretched like silver shadows. Oceans shimmered with quiet light. Mountains rose like pale ghosts against the blue. For those who touched the heavens, there was a quiet truth that the earth was not just a place. It was a promise of life, of light, of dreams whispered beneath the silver sky. And even as they floated, even as they touched the silent stars, they felt something else, a quiet connection, a whisper of wonder, a promise that they were not just travelers, but dreamers. The stars were not just distant lights. They were places that whispered of wonder, of silence, of dreams that danced in the darkness. And the earth was not just a world. It was a jewel of fragile, glowing promise that whispered beneath the silent sky, the cost of stardust. But even as the dream of space tourism rose, even as rockets soared and stars whispered beneath the windows, there was another truth, a quiet shadow that stretched beneath the silver light. For this was not just a journey. It was a luxury tickets to the stars were not bought with whispers, but with fortunes. For the wealthy, space was a playground, a place to visit, a story to tell, a quiet boast whispered beneath the soft glow of city lights. They stepped aboard. The silver rockets, their smiles wide with wonder, their laughter a soft echo against the gentle hum of the cabin. But for many, the stars remained whispers. They watched the rockets soar from the quiet fields of Texas, from the misty valleys of Florida, their eyes wide with awe, their hearts whispering of distant dreams. They saw the silver ships rise. They watched the blue earth turn beneath the darkness. But they knew this was a dream still out of reach. Space tourism was a promise, but it was also a privilege. A dream whispered to those who could pay. A journey that touched the heavens but left the earth behind. It was a dance of stardust, a dance where the stars were not just dreams, but luxuries for the billionaires who leaned back in cushioned seats, who floated above the earth, who whispered of weightlessness. Space was a playground. But for the many who watched, who whispered beneath the shadow of the rockets, it was something else, a distant dream, a quiet hope. But even in the quiet shadow of cost, there was a whisper of something else, a promise that this was just the beginning. Beyond the billionaires' dream for the stars have always whispered of something more, a promise that they are not just for the wealthy, not just for the few. They are for everyone who dreams. And even as the rocket soared, even as the silver ships danced against the darkness, the dream of space whispered of a future where everyone could touch the stars. Costs began to fall. The silver ships became simpler. Their designs whispered of efficiency, of ease. SpaceX promised seats to the moon. Blue Origin whispered of colonies among the stars. Virgin Galactic spoke of new ships, of new journeys beyond the silver shadows of the billionaires. A new dream began to rise, a dream of school children who whispered of Mars, of teachers who leaned against the quiet glow of the planetarium, their voices soft with wonder. A dream of families who watched the rockets dance against the darkness, who whispered of one day reaching the stars. And it was not just a dream of travel. It was a dream of exploration, of learning, of seeing the world with new eyes. Scientists whispered of research in the darkness. Artists whispered of painting the stars. Poets whispered of words written among the silent lights. Space tourism was not just a playground. It was a promise that the heavens were not just a distant realm, but a place of dreams, a place of stories, a place where everyone could whisper against the darkness. And even now, beneath the hum of the rockets, beneath the soft glow of the launch pads, there is a quiet truth that space is not just a place. It is a promise that the stars are not just for the few, but for everyone who dreams. Space tourism is not just a luxury. It is a promise that the heavens are not just a distant dream, but a place of quiet wonder, a place where every soul can whisper against the silent sky. Chapter 20. The Roads Unwritten, the Future of Transportation. There was a time when the world was a place of quiet roads, of silver rails that whispered beneath the mountains, of highways that danced beneath the sun. But even as wheels turned, even as engines whispered beneath the sky, a new dream began to stir, a dream of speed without sound, of travel without wheels. A dream where distance was just a shadow, where the road was not just a path, but a whisper of light. And at the heart of this dream was a promise called the Hyperloop. It was not a train, but a whisper of speed, a silver capsule that floated within a vacuum tube, its sleek body suspended like a dream. No wheels touched the ground. no engines whispered against the rails. Instead, it soared a whisper of magnetic fields, a dance of silent speed beneath the desert sun of Nevada. The first whispers of the Hyperloop danced. Engineers leaned against silver consoles, their eyes wide with wonder as the capsule whispered forward, a silver blur that danced within the silent tube. Passengers leaned back, their hands resting upon soft seats, their eyes watching the world rush by in a blur of light. Cities became shadows, mountains danced like silver ghosts, the sky stretched like a canvas of pale blue, but even as the Hyperloop whispered of speed, there was another dream, a dream of travel that touched not just the rails, but the earth itself. Hovercraft, silent machines that floated upon cushions of air, that whispered across rivers, that danced upon the silver sea dot in the misty lanes of England. Hovercrafts whispered across the waves of the English Channel. Their silver skirts touched the water, their engines hummed with quiet power, their passengers leaned against the soft seats, their eyes wide with wonder as the sea danced beneath them. But the dream did not end there. In the quiet forests of Sweden, hovercrafts danced upon the snow, their bodies drifting like silver shadows, their soft a promise of travel without roads. Beneath the blue sky of the Everglades, they whispered across the green marshes, their silent shadows gliding. Above the silver reeds, Hyperloops and hovercrafts, two whispers of a world where travel was not just a journey, but a dance. A world where distance was just a shadow, where the road was not just a path, but a whisper of light, flying cars and sky highways. But even as the Hyperloop whispered of speed, even as hovercrafts danced upon the mist, there was another dream. A dream of roads that rose into the sky, of cars that did not just glide upon the earth, but soared. A dream of flying cars, of silver wings that danced among the clouds. A tea began with quiet whispers, sketches of sleek cars with wings, engines that hummed with quiet strength, propellers that danced beneath the sunlight. Engineers whispered of vertical takeoff, of rotors that hummed like dragonfly wings, of electric motors that turned silent roads into silver paths among the clouds. And then the dream took shape. In the sunlit fields of California, sleek silver, cars whispered from the ground. Their wings unfolded with a soft hum. Their rotors danced with quiet grace. They rose into the air, their silver bodies shimmering beneath the sunlight, their shadows dancing upon the green fields below. In the misty cities of Japan, flying taxis whispered among the skyscrapers. Their silver wings folded like gentle petals, their electric engines hummed with quiet power. Passengers leaned back, their eyes wide with wonder as the city stretched beneath them, a sea of silver lights, a world of quiet shadows, sky highways. Stretched like silver ribbons, paths of light that danced above the cities, that whispered between the mountains, that touched the silver edge of the sea. Cars soared above the traffic, their wings shimmering beneath the golden sky, their engines humming with quiet grace. But it was not just a dream of speed. It was a dream of freedom. No longer did travelers whisper of traffic, of crowded roads, of silver rails that danced beneath the earth. They whispered of clouds, of mountains that rose beneath them, of a world where the sky was not just a ceiling, but a road. Flying cars and sky highways were not just a promise of speed. They were a promise of dreams, a promise that the sky was not just a place of clouds, but a world of whispers, a dance of silver light, the promise of teleportation. But even as the sky became a road, even as the earth whispered with silent speed, there was another dream, a dream of distance itself becoming a shadow, a whisper of light. A dream of teleportation, of travel without roads, without engines, without time. A dream where a journey was not just a path, but a thought. Scientists leaned against silver consoles, their eyes wide with wonder as particles danced within the quiet glow. They whispered of quantum entanglement, of particles that danced together, even across the silent darkness of space. They whispered of data that danced upon light, of travelers who did not walk, but whispered through wires. But even as they whispered of teleportation, there was another dream, a dream of holograms, of virtual worlds that danced within the silver light. No longer did travelers whisper of distant cities. They leaned against the soft glow of their screens, their eyes watching as distant lands whispered around them. The mountains of Nepal danced within the light. The misty alleys of Venice whispered. Beneath the silver sky, the golden sands of Egypt shimmered like soft whispers. Travelers leaned forward, their hands reaching for the light, their hearts whispering of journeys without movement. For the first time, travel was not just a journey. It was a whisper of light, a dream of distance that danced upon the silver screen. Teleportation was not just a promise of speed. It was a promise of dreams, a promise that the world was not just a place, but a thought, a whisper that danced within the light, the soul of the journey. But even in a world of silent speed, even in a world of whispers, of light, of dreams that danced without distance, there was a quiet truth, a truth that whispered beneath the hum of engines, beneath the glow of screens, beneath the silent roads that danced beneath the silver sky, the truth that the soul of travel is not just a journey. It is a promise of new places, of new stories, of new beginnings. A family leaned against the soft seats of a flying car, their laughter a soft whisper against the silver sky. Beneath them, mountains danced in quiet shadows, rivers shimmered like silver threads, cities stretched like glowing constellations. But it was not just a journey. It was a memory, a whisper of moments shared, of stories whispered beneath the stars. A traveler leaned against the soft glow of a holographic beach, their eyes watching the silver waves, their heart whispering of distant shores. But even in the quiet light, there was something else, a whisper of wonder, a promise of dreams. The soul of travel is not just speed. It is not just distance. It is the promise of a new place, a new story, a new beginning. It is the promise that the world is not just a place, but a dream that whispers beneath the silver sky, that dances upon the silent roads, that touches the hearts of those who dare to wander. And even now, beneath the hum of engines, beneath the soft glow of silver screens, there is a quiet truth that travel is not just a journey. It is a whisper of stories, of dreams, of souls that wander beneath the silent sky. The future of transportation is not just speed. It is imagination, a promise that the world is not just a place to cross, but a place to dream.